inspired by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, who is a living example, a role model. Here, the representatives of Kailasa's Red Home handing over their collected donations for the Karnataka Chief Minister's Relief Fund. Kailasa always supports relief activities across the world and provides spiritual solutions, spiritual strength, and on-the-ground aid in all disaster relief activities, be it cyclone relief, flood relief, earthquakes, etc. One can see here the spiritual conference and the meditation program led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, organized by Kailasa's White Home, which was attended by all the citizens of Kailasa and all the practicing Hindus in India, in Tamil Nadu, the southern state of Tamil Nadu. And all these efforts of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa, just to give a glimpse of the accolades, of the barrage of accolades of appreciation which have been given to him and to Kailasa. This is the president of, former president of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, really very candidly expressing his joy and appreciation to the Supreme Pontiff, noting that on the 5th anniversary of Nithyananda Paramashivam, being celebrated in 30th December 2007, and he appreciated Kailasa for creating a peaceful environment in the society by making the citizens spiritually aware, as an important societal mission, and which is being performed by the Dhyanapeetham Ashram in 33 countries across the world. That was way back in 2009, where 33 countries was where Kailasa was present. And he expressing his fond hope that I'm sure with the focused mission of the Peter, it will spread to many more countries in the years to come, which actually happened. And as we have witnessed today, the mission has really exploded throughout the world. And the president also saying he's happy to know that as part of the anniversary celebrations, Jnanadan, Aushadan, and Anadan programs are being launched. And his respects to the Bhagwan and the best wishes to all the participants for the success in their mission of working towards a prosperous and peaceful planet Earth, which is exactly the mission of Kailasa.
The former president, okay, this is already covered. Yes, the certificate of recognition from the Californian Legislative Assembly for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as an enlightened master, modern mystic, and great saint of modern India, who was taught the science of attaining endless happiness, given by the California Legislature Assembly in 2007. Similar recognition from the state or Senate of the state of California for raising awareness to the Vedic community. In 2009, California Legislative Assembly once again recognizing Swamiji for the outstanding commitment to the communities around the world, services, and selfless devotion to the students of the University. In 2009, the keys to the city, Artesia, was awarded to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Similarly, the Honorable Jim Carigiannis, who is recognized as Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for his contributions as a global peace ambassador. In 2009, the Oklahoma City has recognized Swamiji for his unselfish to the people of Oklahoma City while serving for their spiritual well-being. In 2016, postage stamp on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was released by the Indian Postal Department on the occasion of Kumbh Mela. In 2015, the Senate of the state of California has congratulated the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, highlighting his achievements in the field of education of the community about Kumbh Mela. On 2015, Nithyananda Hindu University was authorized by the Akhil Bharatiya Akhada Parishad as the only organization that can conduct the Kumbh Mela festival outside of India. In 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was awarded with the world record, the Guinness World Record, for the largest rope yoga event. And in the same year, 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had one more Guinness record for the largest pole yoga, the Shiva Samba Yoga. In 2017, the largest human Om symbol was formed, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism received one more Guinness World Record. He is declared as the Paramahamsa Nithyananda in 2017 by the city of Montclair in recognition of his achievements in superconscious evolution of the humanity. In 2012, Swamiji is amongst the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities by the esoteric magazine, Body, Mind and Spirit. In 2018, he was conferred with the honorary doctorate in humanities by the Commonwealth University. In 2018, the United Nations Global Development Organization respectfully presented to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for superconscious evolution of humanity. The Akashic University in Mexico has recognized the tremendous scientific contribution made by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in superconsciousness and awarded him an honorary doctorate in the science of superconsciousness. So far we have looked at the various contributions from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in almost all fields. The whole range of fields is so unique and so vast, and in every single field, Swamiji established the authenticity, how we can establish the authentic practices of Hinduism in every field. That's what Swamiji has done in the last 26 years. Before we go to the next segment, we'll have a short break.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
And now we just saw how the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism over literally the last 2 decades in his public life, which has been documented. Of course, he has been a blessing to humanity from the time of his very happening. Now, what Bhagavan has done to the world, we all just saw. Now, what the world has done to him, we will take a look at that. Today, we start from where we are today, where the world is today, which is where we have COVID-19, which zeroes in on our vulnerabilities and failures of protection, where it is shaking the foundation of our world, bringing turmoil and uncertainty to every country, especially India, as revealed not only by the figures of the World Health Organizations, but also starkly and more precisely, I would say, by Devi Parashakti in the Akashic readings that we have all been being blessed to witness and hear. This time we see what measures are being taken and really how those measures are working and what measures are impractical, so to speak, for the years to come. One can see some glimpse of the world news today. The world today is saying black fungus, a pandemic within COVID-19 pandemic. It will smash the brain also. The flesh-eating black fungus killing of patients who survived the COVID-19. the news clearly reads, the black fungus has a near 50% mortality rate and is tragically killing many who were relieved to have beaten COVID-19. The infection can eat through the skin, soft tissue, or even bone as it attacks the brain or other critical organs. Once it starts growing that way, it is very difficult to control. And the doctors studying the outbreak in India say steroids used to treat COVID also weaken their immune system, leaving patients very much susceptible to the fungus. One can see here, literally, as told by Devi, dead bodies would be floating on the Ganga. One can see here over 2,000 bodies found within 1,040 kilometers on the banks of River Ganga in Uttar Pradesh. COVID vaccine is creating variants. This is one more bombshell where none less than the Nobel Prize winner reveals that the COVID vaccine itself is creating variants of the virus. One can see here, the professor, Luc Montagnier, said that epidemiologists know but are silent about this phenomenon known as antibody-dependent enhancement. This is exactly what Bhagavan had revealed and what Devi Parashakti had revealed many, many months ago, literally, where he had warned, precisely to speak, actually, Bhagavan had warned a few months or even a few years ago about what the world is going to face, what India is going to face. And here we are seeing exactly that being revealed in really its the dark side of humanity, where it is evident and where human beings are also deciphering that viruses mutate, causing variants, but the top virologists, Nobel Prize winners, saying that it's the vaccination that is creating the variants. The 2008 Nobel laureate made the explosive comments as part of a larger interview with the Hold Up Media earlier this month, and this clip was exclusively translated, and it's quite damning for the agenda-driven left-wing establishment. And it was reported in April of last year, where the professor presented a powerful case that the coronavirus was created in a lab. His comments at the time offended the left-wing establishment so much that they aggressively attempted to discredit his statement. And now the media is backpedaling on the origin of the coronavirus after prominent scientists called for further scrutiny. And all these, what we are sharing over here, are today what the world is understanding, probably quite late, what Bhagavan had warned years back, what Devi has been telling for the last few weeks, and literally exhorting humanity to save itself by rushing to the Adi Kailash ship. Literally now, even the government authorities accepting that home quarantines is something not possible in India because of just the very logistics itself, in terms of the population, in terms of the infrastructure. And home quarantine is a prime reason for large number of deaths itself, is what the Assam minister himself has to say. The Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma said that home quarantine is one prime reason for the large number of deaths during the second wave of COVID-19 in Assam, where Assam on Monday witnessed 92 deaths, which was the single highest number of deaths in the state. And the Chief Minister reiterating, we have seen more death cases are happening from home isolation, as several people do not keep oximeters and some do not read the counts in the meter properly. And as is evident for anyone who is trying to travel, powerful countries in the world are closing their borders in order to protect their own citizens, literally making their countries fortress, like Fortress Australia, and India's borders getting closed. Many flights to countries from and to India being banned, many countries in Europe and the Americas closing their flights to and from India for the sake of protecting their citizens from the pandemic that is plaguing especially South Asia, as exactly as Devi Parashakti had predicted and forewarning even today.
When the first world countries closed their borders during this massive global emergency, it is Kailasa, that is spearheaded by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has opened its borders for the whole of the humanity to decide to protect themselves from COVID. And let us quickly go through the revelations to the world by Devi Parashakti. She had Devi Parashakti manifesting through the Nijavatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidana. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam has revealed numerous revelations about the world today, especially the corona, and how you can protect yourself from the corona and the impact of the corona today to the world. And every single revelation by the way Devi Parashakti has been happening. Every day we are seeing exactly whatever she has revealed. We are experiencing that as a reality. Now let us go through some of the important segments, some of the important revelations made by the Devi Parashakti. When she said, India is the biggest spiritual land where enlightened beings happen again and again, flower as enlightened beings and benefit the entire world. We cannot afford to lose only Bharatam. We cannot lose the enlightenment womb. In order to save the cosmos from the cosmic deluge, I built a ship called Adi Kailasa. In order to protect the humanity from the cosmic deluge, I gathered together all the spiritual energy of the cosmos and built the ship called Adi Kailasa. Due to the cunning strategy of the treacherous people and the ruling of the enemies, the captain of the ship itself had to leave the ship. Now, let's all come and take the good bath, get protected and get healed and get all the benefits. Make use of the ship which I built out of the huge grace and compassion, and protect yourself from the huge cosmic deluge, destructive dance. For India, I made a ship as the protection, the Nithyananda Navabhashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa, crores of people will come there looking for health, Navapashana, water, feast, and medicine to get the health and protection and enlightenment for all of them. Give Anadan to protect India from the great destruction. I, the Parashakti, made this huge ship, even if the captain is not there, ship is there. At least 6 months back, Swamiji has revealed that he became aware that the multi-layer quarantine is needed to protect the people. If you are in India and you want to protect your immediate family or the extended family, anyone who will listen to you, get them immediately to the campuses. Now, we have seen what they protect yourself from the COVID. We are seeing how the society has failed, the governments have failed. Every single person in any remote corner of India is suffering to get a bed in the nearby hospital. There are streets which are completely isolated from the rest of the suburb, where people, in every street, almost 8 to 10 people are dying. Crores of people are. Years ago, they are all persecuted. They went through so much of destruction when the anti-Hindu elements could not find Swamiji, could not find the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in these ecosystems. When they, during their attempts to assassinate him, they became so angry that they could not find him and assassinate him. So they destroyed every single ecosystem in India. Those ecosystems were rebuilt by sheer hard work and will persistence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, at this stage, when the world is closing down their borders, it is Swamiji, it is Kailasa, which has opened their borders, which has opened their doors to protect the humanity, to protect the people from the effects of COVID. So in India, about 12 free COVID care protection centers are opened. Next slide. So the multiple free COVID care centers were opened across India. Various social services offered during the pandemic is in Nithyananda ashrams across India. Spiritual services offered during the pandemic in Nithyananda ashrams across India. Cosmic revelations that we already seen. The important revelation by Devi Parashakti. Now, there are a number of social services that are offered in all the free COVID care protection centers in India. It includes the groceries, like about 3 years worth of groceries that is already procured, which is to enable the Annadan, the free food banks for all the people. This is one of the important measures that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism took to resolve the food insecurity problems. 3 years ahead of time, 2 years before itself, Swamiji has ensured that all the ashrams have stocked up the groceries that is enough, not only for the Kailashians, but also to enable the Annadan in all of the localities. Just quickly, we can go through the 21 feet Navapashana Linga, which is going to be the rescue, or which is going to protect people from the COVID. This Navapashana concoction is prepared and energized specially by the Supreme Pontiff of. And this 21 feet Nithyananda Lingam is surrounded by 3,000 plus smaller Shivalingas, which is forming a huge energy circuit. So anybody who's going to take a bath over here is going to be completely protected by Corona, from Corona. You can see how the groceries are all stocked up. That is sufficient enough to enable the Annadan for 3 years. Ayurvedic meals, emergency ambulance, the ICU meals in the Bidadi campus. The accommodation facilities for the multi-layer quarantine. And most importantly, the spiritual care and protection every single day. Number of homas, Nithya homas are all, and pujas are all happening in the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya. Large open spaces, so you don't need to really mentally break down, especially being in one room in quarantine for so many months, it may lead for mental breakdown. So Bidadi campus is enabled with large free space for you to be happy, and you can also do organic farming. You can already see the people who have already come for the COVID Care Protection Center, how they are happily enjoying their life, happily doing the spiritual routine in Adi Kailasa. You can see how the herbs are being planted. These are the special herbs that will enable immunity during COVID. You can so what we have seen so far is, on one hand, the immense contribution from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in every field of the humanity, where he has revived the authentic principles of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And we've also seen how in this time, when the world is facing a huge global emergency, when the nations are closing down their borders, when people don't know what to do next, at this point in time, Swamiji taken up a huge work, huge humanitarian effort to open up his enlightenment ecosystems for the world, to ensure that they can be here, they can do whatever they want to do, they can do work from home, they just need to be available in these protection centers to ensure that they're completely protected from COVID. His humanitarian efforts to combat COVID is enormous, and it is something which the world has not seen so far today. Now, at this stage, we're going to now look at the anti-Hindu militant forces, having a history of executing a massive persecution and genocide against Swamiji and his devotees. So when we are expanding globally, when we are opening our doors to the people of India, especially to help them protect themselves from COVID, what is the conspiracy that the anti-Hindu elements executed on Swamiji? Let us look into it today. Before we go to the segment, let's have a short break.
Great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is positive. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Welcome back. And now we'll go into the next segment, which is the more serious one, where whatever contributions Bhagwan has done to Hinduism, in literally as a backlash to that, the anti-Hindu militant forces having a long history of executing ethnocide, genocide in the form of multiple attacks. What all kinds of attacks over a decade. We can go over in summaries to understand that this ongoing biowar is not something that is new, but it is the continued persecution and the attempted genocide on the followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Hinduism at large. It started in a big way after the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gained recognition worldwide in an obviously very shockingly short span of time, given his yeoman contributions in every field, literally, be it spirituality, social services, providing education. He was literally welcomed with open arms, with city keys across the world. Now that irked the anti-Hindu terrorist militant forces quite a bit, obviously. And that started the targeted persecution of the minorities, which is the community of the followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the core followers, besides the Hindus at large, being the Adi Shaivite minority community. And that was started on literally leveraging the persecution of minorities of Tamil origin in Karnataka. So it started with a political flavor where linguistic minorities were executed, literally persecuted in every which way, starting from not being provided facilities to being derided, and even to the extent of having communal wars, communal tensions across the state. This is just one of the examples of the persecution, the flavors of the persecution. And so one hand, we had linguistic minority persecution. On the other hand, we had what is called the Neo-Hindutva worldview, where the Neo-Hindutva leaders having extreme views on Hinduism itself, which color Hinduism in a very, very non-Hindu way, so to speak, because it goes to have extremist views and ranging from gender intolerance, the views of the Neo-Hindutva elements masquerading around literally as conservative or orthodox Hinduism, when actually it is just intolerance. On the contrary, gender fluidity and non-binary gender theories have always been seen as an everyday fact by native traditions worldwide. None of the genders either seen as a rule or as an, none of the genders are either seen as rigid bottles, so to speak. And the non-binary genders is not something that is new or unique only to Hinduism, but it has been recognized actually worldwide, well documented and accepted even in Greek history, in traditions, even in Native America. So you have gender intolerance on the one hand, you have linguistic intolerance on the other hand, and we had comments being made publicly by the ruling parties, an example being from the BJP member of parliament saying being gay is against Hindutva and it needs a cure. And RSS, the wing of Neo-Hindutva extremists, saying homosexuality is not a crime but against nature. And here you had, on the other hand, the religious, social, and cultural empowerment of women by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Sannyas Sampradaya established that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is unique in that it freely ordains women and allows women to perform temple rituals, which is a very, very unique aspect, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived as a very powerful way of women empowerment. Moreover, women constitute the majority of the senior leadership positions in the mission of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Kailasa, thereby establishing in practice his vision that Hinduism is not just orthodox, but is also highly progressive and committed to gender equality. Bhagwan has ordained men and women, including from so-called scheduled castes and tribes and the Dalit communities in India, which have been actually discriminated against and sidelined by the very same Neo-Hindutva elements who claim to revive and protect Hinduism. One can see here a media clip from 2018 highlighting the exclusion of women from Hindu temples as a consequence of the Neo-Hindutva extremist ideologies who disregard Hindu sacred texts, the Veda Agamas, which are the core of Hinduism itself. So here you have the Business Standard headline saying that female Hindu priests breaking into male bastion, but equality is still a dream. One can see here a beautiful picture of one of the female sannyasis, monastic disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the monastic order of Kailasa, belonging to what is called the Dalit community, which is in India one of the persecuted communities, so economically And here she is performing the temple rituals in the main Garbha Mandir, which is a sanctum sanctorum at the headquarters of Kailasa Temple Monastery Complex, the enlightenment spiritual ecosystem at Adi Kailash. We have here a female brahmacharini, a monk, offering what is called the arti, the fire ritual, to the presiding deities in the main sanctum sanctorum at the headquarters of the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalaya, the Hindu temple at Adi Kailash. And here we have Bhagwan giving Devi Bhava Darshan, and one more aspect of glorifying the true feminism, the sacred feminine. Bhagwan in early 2003, while giving Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan, exuding the grace and blessings of Devi Parashakti herself. So one can see here exactly as the sacred scriptures, the Veda Agamas, recognize the 11 genders and prescribe specific temple rituals to even solemnize gay marriage, which is otherwise considered taboo in today's mainstream Hinduism. Moreover, Bhagavan has declared that he himself is of the transcendental gender, beyond male, female, and all other genders, absolutely in Advaita, in total oneness, established in Paramashivatva, as he is a living incarnation of Paramashiva himself. And as we saw, by rooting the legitimacy of not only gays, lesbians, all the 11 genders and the transgendered people in ancient Hindu scriptures, he's single-handedly changing the LGBTQ discourse in India. So the LGBTQ plus community empowered not just now, but way back even as early as 2012, when publicly Bhagwan in Madurai, in the sacred land of Madurai, opened his mission and opened his services, especially to the transgender people, and they were so very vocally thankful to him about the same. And this is adding one more reason for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to be the target of neo-Hindutva extremism in the state of Karnataka and in the state of Tamil Nadu, the two major states where the mission of Kailasa over the last decade has been very deeply entrenched and reaching out to practically every person in every village and town of the two states. One can see here glimpses of the various political, spiritual personalities being enriched by Bhagwan and coming and receiving his blessings, supporting Kailasa. The universal acceptance and appeal of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, not just in Karnataka but worldwide, was unacceptable to the neo-Hindutva extremists of Karnataka, as the origin, as they perceived, was of Tamil ethnicity. The politically owned media was actually directly complicit in the violence and literally the lawfare, the persecution, the genocide being inflicted on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa. In 2013, just as one example, it was a very obvious, blatant attack where a neo-Hindutva terrorist was actually wielding a sword, a machete, and openly issuing death threat targeting the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This is just one of the many examples of the literally 100+ assassination attempts that have been made on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
On 7th of June 2012, the Suvarna television media head Ajit Hanmantavakkar led a militant group to kill the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his chief administrator Srinitya Atmaprabhananda. The militants broke the head of the chief administrator with heavy boulder rocks for stopping them from serving anthrax letter bomb. Please understand the bioweapon strategy to eliminate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his community started happening since 2012. Anthrax letter bomb was thrown on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The state government was also an accomplice in this attack, as the government was led by the BJP, who also owned the Suvarna channel, which employed this neo-Hindutva militant Ajit. We have a short clip that we're going to play, where you can see how this bioweapon was launched on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in 2012 itself, as one more assassination attempt to exterminate him, to eliminate him. So the revival of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma can be eliminated.
Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
One or two times have Ganapati Darshan, Venkateshwara Baba Samadhi Darshan, Devi Baba Samadhi Darshan. By third time, fourth time, you will see every prayer you are asking those beings, Ganapati or Venkateshwara or Subramanya or Parashakti, simply those prayers become reality, and the relationship between you and that cosmic beings built. I tell you, each Bhava Samadhi darshan is a spiritual treat, enjoy. Spiritual feast, enjoy. Don't miss it. Never miss a Bhava Samadhi darshan. Enjoy Paramashivoham, which is introducing and making you cognize the cosmic principles and cosmic beings. The state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting. The cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is positive. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask. Bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
One or two times.
Yes. So far, what we have seen is the immense contribution by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in every field of humanity, whether it is religion or spirituality or agriculture or food or medicine, healthcare, every single aspect where the authentic Hindu practices can be followed. Swamiji has established and ensured that the revival of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma was happening in an unprecedented way. The neo-Hindutva groups and the extremist groups, anti-Hindu elements did not like that, did not want this progressive movement spearheaded by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and therefore they carried out genocidal attack through multiple means, whether it is lawfare, whether it is character assassination, hate speech, mob lynching. In every single way, they were attacking Swamiji and assassinating and tried to assassinate Swamiji in multiple times. The anti-Hindu elements, especially the neo-Hindutva group militant, had launched a bioweapon on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism directly. And when he and all the other things that has happened post this attempt to assassination, they actually made Swamiji to get illegally imprisoned once again. And how in every single way, when we wanted to bring out the truth to the whole world that Swamiji is innocent, how he was falsely framed, and once again he was illegally imprisoned. So in this attack, no formal police complaint was accepted against the militant extremist Ajit. And on the contrary, Ajit actually filed a police complaint against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It was further supported by the arbitrary order by the district magistrate directing the arrest of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Please understand here, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the victim. A bioweapon was thrown at his face. It was launched on his face. He was attempted to assassinate, but he was ordered by the district magistrate for the arrest. Both the executive order directing the arrest of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the false complaint by Ajit were struck down by the court. The entire process by the government as illegal, without any authority, contrary to the law, without jurisdiction.
Not even remedy the situation. There were no repercussions at all for the perpetrators of the crime who were protected by the state actually. From 2010 to 2018, several attempts were made to assassinate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with practically public announcements of the same on television, unencumbered by any of the enforcement authorities, the law enforcement, the political establishment, the executive, none. Till 2019, demands for the extrajudicial assassination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism were publicly made by lawmakers.
On 2nd of March, the Sun TV, the politically owned media house of the DMK, which was the ruling party of the state of Tamil Nadu at that time in 2010, they made a sensational and repeated screening of a fabricated video purporting to show the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with a well-known Indian film actress. The video was later proved to be false. A judge ordered the television station to run an apology letter for every 2 hours for 7 days. And the Hansraj Saxena, the COO of the Sun TV, actually confessed that the whole thing is fabricated. He confessed on the public television, as well as he gave a sworn affidavit to this court detailing the history and modus operandi of the blackmail and extortion, and was jailed for the same. However, the state-owned and the controlled television channels within a few hours ensured that the television telecast was stopped. The ASMT has captured the video recording of the telecast and has this as an evidence for the same. This did not remedy the damage that was incurred by these anti-Hindu elements. They have spread mass hate speech, mass hate propaganda against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. They actually isolated him from the entire society. So they can justify their assassination attempts. Following the hate propaganda started by the DMK-affiliated Sun TV, the politically owned Neo-Hindutva media amplified this misinformation. They amplified this hate propaganda, spreading to the entire community, entire country, with a titles such as "Hang the Sin Swamis." They went to every extent possible. The hate speech was so bad; it was really bad, and they singled out, they literally marginalized the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and and the community, that in such a way that they were never able to receive the fair from the society. On 26th of March 2010, the Karnataka State Police CID unlawfully sent letters to the banks holding the accounts of the public charitable trust of the temple monastery established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. They illegally ordered trust. No debit transaction was allowed, making the main source of food and basic amenities for the residents of the Adinam. Literally, they made them to struggle. What is the intention behind this? They really want to isolate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from his disciples, from his community. There was no food in the monastery. Please understand, this Kailasa has been served billions of people, billion meals for over 26 years. The Annadan is an everyday practice, every meal practice in all the Kailasas established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. When this attack happened for his own monks, for the own residents, by illegally freezing the bank accounts, they ensured that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is isolated from his community, because they really wanted every single disciple and devotee to be pushed out. They did not want anybody to be around Swamiji. The residents were pushed to crisis and they were forced to survive by drinking rainwater, which were underground, and living by sorting the good rains out of the rotten ones. When they appealed to the court to seek the relief, the judge made a mocking statement in the open court saying that if there is no food, eat air. Yes, you heard it right. The judge made an open mocking statement in the court saying that if there is no food, eat air. Several residents and the full-time volunteers fled the monastery due to starvation. Several social welfare and spiritual services of the monastery had to be discontinued by these illegal attempts to freeze the bank accounts. Although the Indian law
and customary international law and treaties unanimously declare a presumption of innocence. Innocent until proven guilty is one of the fundamental tenets not only of the Indian jurisprudence, but also of international law, be it of the United Nations or any other world body, legal body. Yet this fundamental human right, as declared by the United Nations, is a very, very fundamental right for every human being, no matter what country's citizenship one holds. Bhagwan and his disciples have been repeatedly and openly targeted and denied for over 10 years of this fundamental right because of this very targeted misinformation and disinformation propaganda in the media, which is used as a very powerful justification for all the ensuing crimes, ranging from direct assassination attempts, character assassination, series of lawfare, and false, baseless legal cases meant for not only harassment, but also as a means to illegally imprison the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his disciples, and attempted extrajudicial assassination attempts while in the illegal custody. One can see on 11th June of 2010, months after the fabricated video was spread virally to launch a massive hate propaganda so as to incite mob violence and mob lynching in the fond hope that the assassination attempts made at the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism could be justified as mob lynching. And when that failed, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was imprisoned illegally for 53 days, at the end of it, on 11th June 2010, when he was granted bail by the Honorable High Court of Karnataka, the High Court described this in its order. In fact, it went on to observe the media influence, the undue media influence against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, mentioned in point number 13, which, as you can see here, it reads, however, it is not a matter for the court to discuss since the issue was subsidized by the media by telecasting the incident, and a question mark is created among the public as regard to the image of Sannyasi or Swamiji. As per the Oxford Dictionary definition of the word subsidy, to give subsidy or to subsidize means to give a sum of money to support an industry or business to keep the price of its product or service low. What the High Court observed is that the attacks and allegations on the character of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism were funded by the media, not sustained by facts, not supported by facts, or literally any victim or any witness or any complainant who was, for that matter, for not even having any case at hand, actual case at hand. It is completely a fabricated case. It was the start of a massive lawfare against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The media has no obligation to make true claims in India. It is under no declaration of any oath in any court of law, and at any time it can retract from any of its claims, has no locus standi in the court on legal grounds. But obviously, as we all know, it is a very, very prominent and very powerful influence in negatively prejudicing not only the public at large, but the judiciary itself against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his followers. And we have a full detailed report which has been made, which documents literally the 25,000 print pages of the massive hate propaganda against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the terabytes of the videos and misinformation and disinformation that has been launched and which was sustained over decades from 2010 2nd March till date, which runs to literally terabytes. And all this has been archived in the National Archives of Kailasa. The unlawful arbitrary arrest of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in 2010 was snowballed and justified by the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Karunanidhi, then Chief Minister, who made a public statement inciting hatred towards the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which was published in several newspapers and cited by several media channels. This is just one example of the political flavor and the open political hand in the persecution, genocide, ethnocide of Kailasa at large. Here you can see one example, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu stereotyping and vilifying Swamis and calling them all kinds of names, calling them imposters, cheats, brainwashers. This is just one of the examples, and one can see massive hate propaganda in various print media by the state-owned newspapers, print media, and the electronic channels. A huge misinformation campaign and meant to incite extreme hatred against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, against Kailasa, and projecting him as an enemy of the state, literally. And then, as we saw, we had in 2012, the same thing repeating by the laws, the powerful lawmakers and the executive in the state of Karnataka. We saw how an anthrax letter bomb attack was attempted on the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as he was addressing a press conference to prove to the world once again in multifarious ways how the charges of the false case that was inflicted on him, that was imposed on him, was actually false, because the so-called victim of the crime herself was a criminal in the first place. So we saw a massive number of human rights violations and violations of international laws, violations of even the Indian legal system, the open torture carried out, one can see here, physical manhandling, which was shamelessly telecasted on national television and repeatedly telecast so as to incite hatred against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This is just some of the glimpses of the kind of tortures that Bhagavan had to go through, right from the forced starvation, attempted poisoning, physical torture, mental torture that was done by the legal authorities on him while in illegal custody, the extrajudicial assassinations, the attempted forced false confessions, the threats that were issued to him, the open orders to exile him out of the state, which in 2012, he was actually exiled out of the state of Karnataka brazenly by the police, demanding that he never come back, in spite of India having as its fundamental right for every citizen of India having the right to reside in any state in the country. Went on to have further illegalities and attempted assassinations on Bhagwan in the form of medical tests, illegal medical tests, and in the name of medical tests, attempting to assassinate him in various ways. So 2010, 2012, 2014, and the list goes on and on. What we wanted to touch over here was the unstopped, the continuous, unbroken attempts to assassinate Bhagwan, to stop Kailasa from reviving Hinduism, from serving humanity. And these are just some of the gory visuals which show the physical torture done to Bhagwan by the police, by the state, by various authorities, by anti-Hindu terrorist militant elements. And then it comes to today, where anti-Hindu militant terrorist forces have actually launched a bio-war in the form of seeds of terrorism, literally, on the Adi Kailasa ship, which, as Devi Parashakti said, even though the captain of the ship was forced to leave the ship, yet the captain, the most compassionate living incarnation of Paramashiva, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has given the Adi Kailasa ship, opened its doors of not only Adi Kailasa, but all the Adinams across the world, across India, as COVID care protection centers. Before we enter into the segment, let's take a short break.
Ganapati Darshan, Venkateshwara Baba Samadhi Darshan, Devi Baba Samadhi Darshan. By third time, fourth time, you will see every prayer you are asking those beings, Ganapati or Venkateshwara or Subramanya or Parashakti. Simply those prayers become reality, and the relationship between you and that cosmic beings built. I tell you, each Baba Samadhi Darshan is a spiritual treat. Enjoy. Spiritual feast. Enjoy. Don't miss it. Never miss a Baba Samadhi Darshan. Enjoy Paramashivoham, which is introducing and making you cognize the cosmic principles and cosmic beings. The state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
and welcome back. Now we will go into what has been happening literally in the last few months and right up to the last few hours when we shared with all of you about the launch of the BioWar directly on Kailasa, specifically Adi Kailasa ship, the only solution to the deadly corona and the entire pandemic that is plaguing the planet today.
When the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is spearheading the whole of the humanity to come and reside in Adi Kailasa, because that is the only last hope for anybody to survive the COVID and its lethal effects and all the other secondary infections that is going to come. This is the only last hope for the humanity, when every single person, so many hundreds of people are applying to get into the COVID protection center for their loved ones and for themselves to ensure that their lives are being protected. Now, at this stage, when all the relief measures are happening at complete full-fledged way, when the whole world is noticing the extraordinary humanitarian efforts that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is coming up with, and when, like we mentioned earlier in the presentation today, when all the doors of the powerful nations are getting closed, it is the Kailasa, it is Swamiji who has opened his doors, who has opened the enlightenment ecosystems for people to be protected from COVID. At this stage, at this point in time, at this juncture, the anti-Hindu militant terrorist forces has launched a BioWar.
We were just talking about how the anthrax letter bomb that was attempted to assassinate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism just about 9 years back in 2012, and how the anti-Hindu terrorist elements failed in that assassination attempt. And once again, we are faced with the same thing, this time, even though Bhagwan himself is not physically in Adi Kailash. One can see that, as we saw, the attacks are not isolated cases right from the time of 2nd March 2010, when the politically owned media house of the DMK, Sun TV, with the help of a fabricated video, maligned and defamed the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and started a slew of baseless false cases, a lawfare and a series of assassination attempts, and then moved on and still continuing the attack, intensifying the attack with further hate propaganda on the media. In spite
of the fact that the video was later proved to be false, the judge ordered the television channel to run an apology for over 2 hours for 7 days. The Hansraj Saxena, who is the COO of Sun TV, confessed on public television, as well as gave a sworn affidavit to the US court detailing the history and modus operandi of the blackmail and extortion by this mighty neo-Hindutva groups, atheist terrorist groups, and he was jailed for the same. This did not remedy the damage, because already enough damage has happened. 14,000 plus hours of hate speech was propagated through television, and 25,000 plus articles of hate speech was propagated through print media. So much has happened that when the person who made the mistake, when he came and confessed, it did not do any justice. Already the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his community was neglected justice, and they were isolated from the entire community. This misinformation campaign resulted in the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his community undergoing brutal genocidal attacks by the anti-Hindu militant forces through multiple assassination attempts, physical and sexual assaults, lawfare, hate speech, mob lynching attacks, character assassination attacks for more than a decade. Exactly 11 years on the onset of this massive genocidal attack, exactly on that very same day, on March 2nd, this year, the international anti-Hindu, anti-humanity forces deployed seeds of terror. A recent phenomenon called bioweapon was launched on the Adi Kailasa Sarvanya Peetham on exact precise date of 2nd March this year.
It is not just a coincidence. This has, not only in 2021, but in the preceding years also, we saw similar such attempts to not only assassinate and persecute the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa, but also to make a point, the anti-Hindu terrorist militant forces, to scare people so that they're afraid to follow in Hinduism, are afraid to literally be inspired by Bhagwan. These are the attempts so that not only, just as the persecution of Hindus over the last few centuries, if one sees, it has moved on from just physical persecution and genocide to a lot more sophisticated and more powerful weapons being used so that ideologically people are destroyed. In principle, the Hindus lose trust and pride over Hinduism, when actually the core principles of Sanatana Hindu Dharma are the very reason for even life existing today on planet Earth.
Now, what are these seeds of terror? A bioweapon. This is a recent international phenomena where anonymous seed packages are being sent to various people all around the world, especially in US, UK, and few other countries. These seed packages carry the bioweapon. These seed packages are extremely dangerous for the entire community. On 31st of July 2020, the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, which is APHIS of US Department of Agriculture, in a statement had said that the main concern is that the seeds can introduce damaging pests or the disease that could harm the US agriculture. India is also very much on the target list. On 31st of July 2020, senior Indian government officials in China had advanced scientific capabilities to do such an attack on Indian soil too. The conspiracy was revealed in detail a year prior, on 4th of August 2020 itself. So this is the advanced methodology that these militant groups are deploying to stop every single humanitarian effort. If you take the world today, it is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the Kailasa, which is the only civilizational nation which is extending, which is opening their borders, which is opening their doors to save humanity from this pandemic. So the whole of the COVID is actually an attempt for depopulating the whole world. And this has been revealed in one of the revelations from Devi Parashakti herself. This whole attempt opening the door of Adi Kailash to save humanity from the depopulation, to save humanity from deaths. This is the attempt by these militant groups by launching a bioweapon to destroy the lives, to scare people, to make people lose trust on Hinduism, to make people lose trust on religious solutions, religious and spiritual solutions.
As one knows, at the end of the Second World War, a lot of realizations were made by all the countries involved. And in fact, one of the major safeguards that was recognized and was sustained over the decades to follow, including by the so-called superpowers, was like the nuclear weapon. Let not something like a bioweapon be empowered, because much more, many thousand times more than a nuclear weapon can be the damage of what is called a bioweapon. It was consciously decided to not put the whole planet at stake, at risk of losing life itself, by giving any form of encouragement to especially bioweapons. And today, as Devi Parashakti revealed, literally, the Kirini Bhojanam, as described in the Garuda Purana by Vyasa, is already landed. It's landed in India, and one is seeing the Ghora Tandava being performed by this demonic forces which have been awakened in this pralaya.
The Adi Kailasa, a temple monastery complex and enlightenment ecosystem, is like Noah's Ark, or a Manu boat, or a ship to save the humanity. It was created by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with utmost care and compassion to save the humanity from ongoing COVID. Devi Parashakti, in her revelations, she clearly mentioned knowing the pralaya is going to happen, knowing the impact that the humanity is going to suffer, despite the captain is being thrown away from the ship. It is the compassion of the captain that he actually foreseeing the whole thing. 12 years ahead of time, he made this 21 feet in Navapashana Linga just for the people to get protected from this pandemic. It is the home to rare and powerful healing energy in the form of Anandalinga, the 21 feet Shivalinga, erected around a herbal pond. This whole Anandalinga was personally energized and prepared by Swamiji. Anandalinga is made of 1008 Ayurvedic herbs. The herbs used in the Anandalinga are specially known for their properties of healing various diseases and supporting faster recovery from certain diseases. It was established 12 years prior to 2021. During these 12 years, the Anandalinga has undergone a herbal alchemy process. It is maturing. It is maturing in July of 2021 during the Hindu festival of Guru Purnima. So Devi Parashakti, who is the embodiment of feminine consciousness, who is the embodiment of the creation herself, she has revealed through the Nijavatara, she has manifested through the Nijavatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and revealed that by Guru Purnima, after Guru Purnima, anybody who takes the tirtha, the sacred water, and takes bath in the pond Vaidyasarovar, where the 21 feet Anandalinga is being erected, then you are protected from COVID.
One may have surely read about, heard about Noah's Ark or Manu's ship, as is described in our Hindu scriptures. At that time, when Manu literally took one being of every species so as to reconstruct life after the pralaya, literally the same is happening today. And at that time, it was Manu, that is the royal regent, Brahma's son, who did it. Today, it is being done directly by Paramashiva in physical form, landed on planet Earth, happened on planet Earth. As Bhagavan said, this time he had no time or even the margin for sending any of his dutas or agents or representatives, because the level to which humanity has degraded, yogo nashta parantapa, the level to which it has happened, it literally demanded Paramashiva himself to assume the human form and happen in planet Earth. Today, he is amongst us in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And as Devi said, she has taken his Nijavatara, Devi herself. This incarnation of Paramashiva is a beautiful, probably never before happened combination of Paramashiva and Parashakti happening in one body. The situation today in the world literally demanding so much. And yet what humanity is not realizing is the undoing of what they are doing, of what Parashakti and Paramashiva have to give to humanity, even though they are hearkening to us to save ourselves by rushing to Adi Kailash ship. Yet what is being done by the demonic forces and the anti-Hindu militant forces who joined hands with all the anti-life, the life negative forces, here we can see. Though the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was forcibly driven out of the Adi Kailasa ship, exiled literally, exiled illegally into practically statelessness, deprived of his citizenship illegally. forced to leave the sacred space of Bharat. As a captain of the ship, the Noah Ark, or the Manu's boat, and his home Bharat, years before, he left behind the ship, the Adi Kailasa ship, which he energized, which anticipating, very well knowing what humanity is going to go through. 12 years before, he established the sacred space of Adi Kailasa ship in the form of the Navapashana Linga, the 21 feet Nithyananda Linga, which stands today in the Nithyananda Vaidya Sarovar. 1008 Ayurvedic herbs and the Navapashanas, that is the 9 magic elements, literally, the Navapashanas as described in the Siddha medicine, which when combined in the certain proportion as per the Siddha science, assume a very powerful alchemical properties, which is exactly what the Nithyananda Linga today is comprised of, and as Devi revealed, as Devi Parashakti revealed, in Guru Purnima, July of this year, this miraculous Nithyananda Linga literally ripening to its full capacity, to its full properties. 12 years is a time as per the Siddha science when it takes to completely flower, and here it is going to flower this beautiful flower in the Vaidya Sarovar, which is going to be the only solution, the only protection from corona and from death itself. And as Devi revealed that within a matter of days, anti-Hindu forces targeting the Adi Kailasa ship and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who through his relentless work has been protecting humanity in India, precisely what these demonic forces who want to depopulate the planet and capture the resources exclusively for themselves, selfishly, what they do not want, in order to be able to succeed in their devilish, demonic means, what they have to do, we will just about see.
The next slide. Now, the anti-Hindu militant forces, they have deployed the biowar agents on the AK ship, which is the last hope for India to survive the COVID. Literally, as we speak, we are receiving hundreds of applications from all walks of India, different parts of India. Even in midnight, as we speak, at 12 a.m. in the midnight, we had 2 people from Uttarakhand, and early in the morning, we had people from into the Adi Kailash for the COVID Care Protection Center. So there are so many people who want to get benefited by being in Adi Kailasa. Now, at this stage, at this juncture, the anti-Hindu militant forces, they have deployed biowar agents on the AK ship. Their sole motive is to destroy the AK ship, which is the last hope for India, for the last hope for Indians and Hindus to survive the COVID-19. Right now, with the second wave of COVID-19, the Indians are facing enormous death. They are literally getting depopulated because of this COVID. Now, when their last hope to survive is to be in Adi Kailasa Sarvangapeetham, which is the COVID Care Protection Center that is being blessed and being given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. At this time, the anti-Hindu forces are deploying the biowar agents. For his immense contribution towards eradicating poverty, illiteracy, hunger, gender-based violence, gender apathy, Swamiji's revival of authentic scriptures based in Hinduism irked the vested interest of the atheist terrorist militant elements, neo-Hindutva terrorists, and other anti-Hindu forces who executed a massive persecution and genocide on him and his followers on 2nd March 2010. Now, 11 years later, on the same March 2021, we are experiencing this bioterrorism being launched on the AK ship. The unabated, yes, please go ahead.
Just to have a recap of what has been done, the unabated decade, just to put in a few so-called statistics, over 70 assassination attempts, over 250 sexual assaults on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his monks and his disciples, lawfare of over 120 false cases in 10 years, massive hate propaganda in electronic media of over 14,000 hours, print media of over 25,000 articles in just 5 years, destruction of the heritage properties, which actually value, not including the heritage value, just with the properties, over 27 million US dollars, and the continuing ethnocide and genocide of over 80 million Hindus worldwide since the last 7 centuries. Delegitimizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by the hate propaganda, disenfranchising him of his civil and human rights, prejudicing him from fair representation and a fair trial in an absolutely false and baseless case, and repeated illegal imprisonment with brazen torture, with clear attempts on extrajudicial assassination. Custodial assassination attempts supported by the system justification in various forms, like we were saying, the media being used as a tool of justification for the hate propaganda, so that people are almost desensitized and there is no public sympathy and there's absolute apathy, and literally called as bystander apathy. The common processes of bureaucracy being used, the indifference being created by projecting a very demonic picture, and the self-deception, the diffused responsibility, basically distributing the responsibility across the various arms of the democracy, so that the buck can be passed from the executive to the judiciary to the bureaucracy, just using each of the elements, the 4 pillars of the democracy being literally abused and exploited, which has resulted in the continued systemic complicity with open justification and literally brazen attempts of torture, murder, genocide, ethnocide. And now today we stand here on 2021, 11 years later, on 2nd March 2021. What happened in Adi Kailash? As we know, temple monastery complex, a spiritual enlightenment ecosystem, literally the ship which is meant to serve humanity, save humanity from this corona, created by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with utmost care and compassion to save humanity, in spite of the captain being driven out of the ship. Yet the attempts to exterminate him and his mission continue. On 2nd March 2021, another deadly war is launched, this time it being a bio war. A mysterious package of seeds was sent to Adi Kailash, the headquarters of the spiritual mission of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and home to some of the rarest of Ayurvedic herbs, and a powerful combination of the same of 1008 Ayurvedic herbs in the form of the rare and powerful healing energy in the form of the Nithyananda Linga, 21 feet Shivalinga, which was energized, the Prana Pratishtha done 12 years back, and which is ripening this upcoming Guru Purnima, just about a couple of months later. So we got a letter.
The Department of Customs in India sent a letter in May 2021 about the pickup of the seeds package. Please understand, on March 2nd, 2021, the package was sent and it is there in the customs, and we receive a letter in May 2021 for the pickup of this unknown seeds package. Unaware of the sinister conspiracy, the Adinam authorities wrote to the Customs Department that they were not aware of it and had not ordered any such package. You can clearly see here the Department of Customs had sent a letter in May 2021 about the pickup of the seeds package.
One note here over that the date on which the package has been received, the date as you see down here right at the bottom, 2nd of March 2021. And it says the location in Bangalore and the item received is a foreign post. And that was followed by the letter.
No mention of who's sending, from where the post is coming. It is only telling that it's coming from a foreign land. This is from the Department of Customs, intimating about this seed.
And there we had the Adinam authorities. Little did they know that it is a bio-war. They innocently reply thinking that the customs authorities are actually intimating them of some mistaken package. So as one can see here, the authorities wrote back a reply to the customs department that they were not aware of and they had not ordered any such package. In fact, the letter by the customs department, which clearly said that it had some seeds and the parcel was containing these seeds. The customs department asked for the Adinam, the Adi Kailasa Sarvanyapita Adinam authorities to provide the proof that they had ordered the same and documented and then pick up this parcel. And then the authorities were given the reply by the Adinam administration that we have not placed any order for any seeds, not only the one mentioned in the letter, but otherwise also. And we're not in any position to provide any details of the same, obviously, because there was nothing as such ordered. In fact, actually, the Adinam authorities had a whiff of maybe this may be something to harass the Adinam, given the fact that the Adi Kailasa Sarvanyapitam was being open to the people at large. So they expressed their fear, their concern that this might be a ploy to put us into some trouble or the other.
You can see here the track consignment order by the India Post. Now, you can please understand these militant terrorist groups have been sending this unsolicited plant seed packets to arrive from unknown locations as bio-war weapons. And we all know the impacts of bioterrorism, which is depopulation and genocide, hunger and food insecurity, devastating economic loss, and widespread illness. All of these impacts, it is something that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is combating. He has provided solutions for the whole of the humanity to not to go through any genocide. That is why he has established this item as a mechanism to protect people from COVID. To ensure that the Annadan is happening continuously in all Kailasas, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism micromanaged and ensured the groceries are all stored, and it is enabled for the next 3 years. And to being provided by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to ensure that the people are living. So these attempts by these militant groups to impact the depopulation, food and hunger insecurity, widespread illness, all of this anti-human practices that these militant groups wanted to enforce by sending these bioweapons in Adi Kailasa Sarvanyapitam. The conspiracy had already been revealed a year prior on 4th of August 2020, and additionally in June 2015, India has ratified the Biological and Toxin Weapon Convention, BTWC, and pledged to abide by its obligation. Despite this, the package was pushed on the monastery by the officials in violation to the Article 2 and Article 3 of the Biological and Toxin Weapon Convention. the main motive behind such deadly genocidal attempts on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his community is to create the large-scale disruption to the humanitarian services that has been spearheaded by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through Kailasa to combat COVID-19. By launching the BioWar unknown diseases which no medical faculty can identify, they want to disrupt the humanitarian efforts by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can see a glimpse on all the news about the unsolicited seeds that has been sent to different parts of the world as an attempt of BioWar. Next slide. Yes, so this is the key provisions which says how the Article 1 and 3 is being completely with this. To put an end to this unending persecution, please understand it is decade old and it is continuing, and every single day the attack has been becoming stronger and stronger by these anti-Hindu elements. We humbly pray for the universal, absolute and non-derogable prohibition of this torture and ill treatment against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Kailasians, and most importantly the Hindu diaspora, which has been going through this persecution for more than 2,000 years worldwide. With this, we conclude today's segment. We would like to hear your feedback and comments, and we will get in touch with you. Whoever feels resonated with this cause, that this torture and ill treatment against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism should be ended, please post your comments in the Facebook and YouTube. We will get in touch with you. And thank you so much for joining the show today. And next, we have the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading program, which is going to be hosted shortly. So with this, we would like to conclude today's session, and please stay tuned. We'll be having a short break before the next segment.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifest. The cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through the body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karma lifetimes, it awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
One or two times have Ganapati Darshan, Venkateshwara Baba Samadhi Darshan, Devi Baba Samadhi Darshan. By third time, fourth time you will see every prayer you are asking those beings, Ganapati or Venkateshwara or Subramanya or Parashakti. Simply those prayers become reality. The relationship between you and that cosmic beings built.
This program of the Devi Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan. We're now going to be understanding a little bit more into the Akashic records. What are the Akashic records? And how can we benefit from the Akashic records, from the Akashic reading segment, which is going to be taking place, where Devi Parashakti, through the divine manifestation, manifesting herself through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, is going to be gracing all of us, blessing all of us, as well as reading out from the cosmic archives. Now let's understand what are the Akashic records. The Akashic records are the records which are created in space. Whatever has happened in time exists as a file in the cosmic archives. Please understand, nothing can be destroyed. Your thoughts, your emotions, your actions, your plans, your words, none of them can be destroyed. The Akashic records are the cosmic archives of everything happened, happening, and yet to happen.
Let's further look at what the Akashic records are, and let's understand what they actually mean to us. The Akashic records are the verbal, visual, and five-dimensional documents. Whatever is happening is continuously getting recorded. All the information you collected from all your births is in your DNA. You can access some of them just to understand and not to waste time doing the same actions again and again.
The Akashic readings are not predictions. They are readings from the cosmic archives. The Akashic readings, there is no such thing as past, present, or future. Beyond space, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time, starts the past, present, and future. But in the Akashic records, there is no past, no present, and no future. And that is why what you call as happened, happening, and yet to happen are already clearly recorded in the cosmic archives.
Understand from Swamiji's own words what Akashic reading is and what exactly happens when the reading is going on. Swamiji says, nobody has a right to comment on these readings. Nobody has a right to manipulate these readings. Nobody has a right to interpret these readings. They are complete unto themselves. For anybody to live in tune with the cosmos, Jivan Mukti, living in enlightenment, does not need any special practice other than listening to these great readings again and again. When you listen to these great readings, naturally your negative logic is penetrated, broken, and these great truths settle in your inner space and they make you live enlightenment. This is exactly how, just by listening to the Akashic readings, the inner space is totally altered, so we can enter.
Only an avatar can decode the Akashic readings, the Akashic records. As the avatar of Paramashiva, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism has graced humanity with the blessings and darshan of Devi Parashakti, revealing answers to questions, to the yearnings of seekers as solutions, as breakthroughs, as liberating humanity from pain and from suffering. Any answer given by Devi Parashakti is not just an answer, but it's a karmic breakthrough for the receiver.
Let us look at the scriptural reference, great power of Akashic reading the Akashic records, the Shastra Pramana. In Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Bhagavan Paramashiva directly gives this sutra to Devi Parashakti. Akasham vimalam pashyam kritva dristam nirantaram tadbhavam matat kshanat Devi bhavam apuratnayat. Bhagavan Paramashiva says beautifully, looking at the spotless, infinite etheric space, Akasha, beyond the sky and clouds, one should fix one's gaze from the third eye without blinking continuously and make the body and inner space steady and motionless. In that very moment, O Devi, one attains the nature and powers of the infinite space, Bhairava, the space where time does not exist, and because of that, the past, present, and future are already available in one Akashic record. This is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Dharana 61, Sutra 84.
We have the Sakshi Pramana, where devotees and disciples from across the globe are sharing their experience of the power of remote vision in various social media posts. As you can see here, we have snippets and screenshots from various devotees posting and sharing their experience, manifesting these extraordinary Shaktis which have manifested in them after the initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Let's look at a reference from the Mahabharata, the great Purana, and see how the power of Akashic reading is referenced in the Mahabharata, the Apta Pramana. The Hindu Purana, Mahabharata, narrates the story of the great sage Maitreya, who reveals the secrets to Vidura, the story of his birth in human form, and reasons of all his suffering. Sage Maitreya accessed the Akashic records and told Vidura that he was not an ordinary man, but was in fact the incarnation of Yamaraj, who is the Lord of Death. He was to play the part of the so-called Shudra for 100 years, being cursed by Mandika Muni. This is from the Srimad Bhagavatam, chapter 1 and text 15.
And here we have the Atma Pramana, where directly from the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, his experience, where he has time tested and authenticated the science in his very own life. In the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's own words, reading the Akashic records is just opening the screen and it will appear. Originally, the Akashic records appear in the language of Sanskrit and then gets translated into English during the process of seer seeing the scene and cognizing. That is why most of the English words which I use, the same words are getting repeated in the Akashic records, because the seer, during the process of seeing, is translating the scene. Because the seer is the person who's regularly talking to you in English, he uses the same words to cognize and to translate the scene during the process of seeing itself.
Look at why we need to have our Akashic records read. Why is it beneficial to us to have the Akashic reading? the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, all the information you collected from all of your births is in your DNA. You can access some of them just to understand and not to waste this time doing the same actions again and again. Accessing this DNA code, reading the Akashic records will be useful for you to be liberated from your default future, bringing an end to binding cognitions, known and unknown suffering, leading you to experience enlightenment, Paramashivoham.
The initiated Balsans can view the Akashic records as well, but it is only an avatar who can alter, edit, and upgrade the Akashic. During the darshan and during the diksha, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessed the Akashic records as per the prayer of the devotee.
So, you can ask in the Akashic reading, what are the different things that we can actually have during the Akashic reading? We can ask for the most accurate, unbiased answer to any question about our life, destiny, purpose, or any everyday part of our lives. We can ask to be spiritually healed of physical and emotional problems, just to look or a word. We can ask to understand the reasons behind life's happenings. We can ask to receive blessings to fulfill our rightful desires. And we can ask to get the clarity to redesign our future as well. So, any of this we can ask, and all of these are possible and directly can impact our lives immediately, so we can redesign our future.
We went over the Akashic records, what are the cosmic archives, and how we can benefit from the Akashic readings. Let us now understand what is the divine feminine consciousness and how the divine feminine consciousness is the basis, the root of Hinduism, and how it is unique to Hinduism. Here we have the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti. The Dhyana Shloka describes Devi in her purest form, as well as how she graces her devotees, blesses them, and raises their consciousness. Shiva Shaktya Yadi Bhavati Shaktya Prabhavitum Nache Devam Devo Nakashala Spanditumapi Hatastwamaradhyam Harihara Viranjadi Bhirapi Pranantum Stotum Va Katamakrita Punya Prabhavati. Lord Shiva only becomes able to do creation in this world along with Shakti. Without her, even an inch he cannot move. And so how can one who does not do good deeds, or one who does not sing your praise, become adequate to worship you, O Goddess mine, who is worshipped by the Trinity? Tvam dase mayi vitara drishtim shakarunam etistotum vanchan kadhayati bhavani tvamiti ya tadaiva tvam tasmai visasi nija sayujya padavi mukunda brahmendra sputamakuta nirajiti padamam. If anyone has a wish in his mind to pray, you, Bhavani, my mother, please shower on me a part of your merciful look. Even before he says you, Bhavani, you, my goddess, would give to him the water falling from the crowns of Vishnu, Rudra, and Brahma at your feet and grant him the eternal life in your world.
Let's understand Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. All the great things start only with the mother. Devi Parashakti, who is also known as Bhuvaneshwari, is the cosmic mother. Her cosmic womb is from where billions and billions of universes come out and go in. The source where the Big Bang and the black holes keep going on.
Parashakti is the source of all of us. We all came from Parashakti, stay in Parashakti, and go back to Parashakti. Listen very carefully. We all are literally just waves in the ocean called Parashakti.
It is the source, the source energy, source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, in which all of us are going to merge. It is like a wave. It starts from the ocean, it stays in the ocean, raises in the ocean, and falls back in the ocean. We all start from Parashakti, stay in Parashakti, raise in Parashakti, drop in Parashakti, and ultimately merge in Parashakti.
Parashakti is the main deity of the sacred feminine and the divine consort of Bhagavan Paramashiva, who is the Lord of the Supreme Consciousness. Parashakti is the embodiment of Tyaga.
Let's now look at how divine feminine consciousness is unique to Hinduism. This tradition has been a very unique contribution to the spiritual consciousness from the Vedic tradition, the sacred feminine worship. Even if everything from what Vedic tradition gave is lost, even if just the sacred feminine tradition is kept, then the whole thing can be revived because that is the seed.
Has at least 10,000 sampradayas, otherwise known as subsects, within Hinduism itself. And if all of the sampradayas, for some or the other reason, become lost, are not with us anymore, and if the only sampradaya which we have is the sampradaya of Devi worship, the whole thing can be revived back, because the sampradaya of Devi worship, the sampradaya of mother worship, is the seed, is the root, is the hologram, the blueprint of the entire Vedic tradition.
The sacred feminine worship is a hologram of the Vedic tradition. There is no enlightened being on the planet Earth without worshipping the sacred feminine, including me, says the supreme body of Hinduism. I am basically a Shakta. I myself followed Devi worship. From the beginning, if you see my biography, and all the deities I carved, the darshans I had, all are mother-based, Devi-based.
Here we have a beautiful story from Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, a great avatar Mahapurusha. Beautifully, he narrates a story and gives an example of how Shiva is Brahman, but Devi has the key to reach Brahman. Unless she allows, nobody can reach Lord Paramashiva.
Describes this scene that happens in the house very beautifully. The husband is the owner, but the key to the house will be on the feet of the mother. Either you have to follow the feet of the mother, or these small sons of the mother, only they can touch the place, the feet of the mother, and take the key. Nobody else can reach there. So either surrender to mother, or be one of the people who are closer to the mother, so you can reach that space.
The divine cosmic beings are real, and they manifest from Kailasa, which is the enlightened time-space zone, through deities and through the incarnations. In Madurai, Paramashiva came down as Bhagwan Somasundareshwara, and Devi Parashakti came down as Devi Meenakshi. They came down from Kailasa and landed in Madurai to establish the greatest enlightenment ecosystem on the planet Earth. In Madurai, Bhagwan Somasundareshwara graced the people with various miracles, and he stays in a certain frequency which allows him to immediately assume the human body at will. Whenever he assumes the human body, he relates with us, grants us our boons, our desires, raises us, and responds to our questions. The whole Shivalila Arnava, which happens in Madurai, beautifully Paramashiva, every time when he comes down, assumes the human body. Not only does he fulfill and play the Leelas with his devotees, he also reveals and shares the importance of a powerful cognition. He exemplifies the expression of certain sacred secrets which humanity can benefit from. Very shortly, we're going to be having devotees and disciples who have been graced by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, who is the 1008th living incarnation of Paramashiva. Swamiji, not just in Madurai, but across the entire world, gracing thousands and thousands of devotees from all countries, all races, all genders, everyone. Swamiji is gracing them, manifesting his presence in their lives, fulfilling their prayers, responding to them, and raising their consciousness. Very shortly now, we're going to be having devotees and disciples sharing their experience of how Swamiji has manifested in their life. Please stay tuned after we enter into the next segment of today's program after a short break.
I tell you, each Baba Samadhi darshan is a spiritual treat, enjoy. Spiritual feast, enjoy. Don't miss it. Never miss darshan. Enjoy Paramashivoham, which is introducing and making you cognize the cosmic principles and cosmic beings. The state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, power of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Baba Samadhi darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. See, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
One or two times have Ganapati Darshan, Venkateshwara Baba Samadhi Darshan, Devi Baba Samadhi Darshan. By third time, fourth time, you will see every prayer you are asking those beings, Ganapati or Venkateshwara, Subramanya or Parashakti. Simply those prayers become reality and the relationship between and the cosmic beings built. I tell you, each Bhava Samadhi darshan is a spiritual treat, enjoy. Spiritual feast, enjoy. Don't miss it. Never miss a Bhava Samadhi darshan. Enjoy Parashakti, which is introducing and making you cognize the cosmic principles, cosmic beings, the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnation is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and others elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask. Bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan.
And welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us again. And we just saw how the Akashic records can be a huge life changer for all of us. And we also saw how Devi Parashakti manifests herself in the Nijavatara, the supreme point of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasangana, Most Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, to bless us and give whatever we seek as a request, as a blessing, as a prayer. And today, in this segment, now we are going to see how so many of people who have made their journey to Adi Kailasha, the place that Devi Parashakti herself has repeatedly said for all of us, for all of humanity, to be in a safe environment, to be protected and prevented COVID. And so many of the people have come and become part of this protective and preventive care that is that's been set up in Kailasha. So we'll be talking to today. We're joined by Sri Agni Iyer, Nithyananda Iyer. Thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your thoughts with us. Are you able to hear us, Nithyananda?
Yes, Swami. Nithyananda.
Thank you so much, yeah.
Can you hear me?
Just for the sake of our, yes, thank you. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. And just so we can have our viewers get a introduction, can you please tell us about where you're from and what you do, and a very brief introduction to your journey to Swamiji.
Yes. Yeah. So I am Agni, and I'm working in IBM currently. So I am from Bangalore, and I have actually connected to Swamiji's teaching 10 years ago. So around 2008, I was attended my first NSP session. So that is where I felt very nice. And actually, I was in the Netherlands for a while, means like around for 6-7 years I was in Netherlands, and then I came back and settled in India. And of course, I was born and brought up in Bangalore, but I was there for a while. But I was been following his teachings while I was in Netherlands, and I was interested to Swamiji and attend few of these programs and take some initiation. And so that is where I started connecting with Swamiji's teachings. Soon after, I have attended the Inner Awakening programs, the many Inner Awakening programs I've attended, and started following Swamiji's teachings. Yeah.
Beautiful, yeah. And so currently, we are seeing a huge uprise, and this pandemic has changed a lot of things in our lives. And just wanted to ask you, how is the situation in Bangalore? And we see that, especially in Karnataka, there have been very strict rules being enforced for the lockdown. So can you tell us what you have seen and what you have heard about the situation, the COVID situation in Bangalore?
Yeah, definitely. I think this COVID situation in Bangalore is really like a kind of a, it's not only in Bangalore, across all the metropolitan cities. It's really kind of a scary, especially when you're working in IT field like me, right? Where I am been with working from home and it's completely locked down. And still there are a lot of project pressure, and there is no time to, even to relieve the pressure. Usually what happens is we go to office and then we attend some lot of meetings, and then we come back to our home. But these lockdown situations are really getting us into a lot of trouble. And the second one is the actual COVID itself. If you see, at least in my circle where I am working, right? I am working some indirectly in my next team. We are seeing a lot of people the colleagues who are working with us are not there anymore. So a lot of people are dying, and their families, and they have put us into so much of kind of unpredictable stress, where that is impacting the day-to-day life like anything. So that is what I was able to see in many of our colleagues actually. And many of them are not sure what is our future projects, and many of the projects are impacted, and many of the projects are gone very high, and they are not able to cope up with the stress, and they're not able to cope up with the loss of the near and dear ones. So at least in Bangalore, at least in my street, I know like 4 to 5 people who are already got COVID, who are already home isolated. But at least in my colleagues, at least in my circles, at least I know, like not the direct colleagues, but at least colleagues which we are working indirectly to another team, or at least some 4 to 5 people have already lost their lives. So that is the situation currently. The COVID has even the second wave, what actually currently we are in, has put us in, and that is definitely has put us, everyone, all the human beings, into the cycle of that entire lifestyle is gone upside down, and it is more, that effect is more doubled, at least in the professionals like me who is working in a software engineering field, where a lot of people are working from home. And yeah, that's the situation, Swami, currently.
Some reason we're not able to hear you.
Yeah.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sorry for the technical glitch. Okay. So what I'm saying that, Agni, as you are mentioning, in India, actually, what we are seeing, the reports and what the reports are coming from the various other media houses, New York Times says almost 700 million people could have the COVID in the worst case. Literally, that means everyone would be, there is a possibility for everyone to get affected. It's a very huge number. And Swami has been telling that, the home quarantine is very difficult in India. How has been your experience in this? Do you really feel that the home quarantine is still possible? Because people think that if they quarantine themselves, they can safeguard from the COVID. They can safeguard from various other effects. Do you really think that the home quarantine is possible? How has been your experience in this?
I think it is unable to. The home quarantine will never protect the situations, Swami. Because, for example, in our day-to-day life, right? So when we were in the home quarantine, so morning I have to go out and get all the milk available, and the problem is that from 6 to 10 the shops and all is open. So what happened is, during those time the congestion is much heavy. At least if the whole day is there, the traffic is very less, right? So there is a lot of possibility that people who are on the streets, especially especially when we want to go and buy some vegetables, and it is not possible to be very much quarantined. At least in India, I have seen that's our personal experience in Bangalore also. Especially in the vegetable shops, especially in the mornings and the milk area. When we go outside, definitely that one level of quarantine is. I'm not sure if it is practically possible with this type of scale of impact that we have. As Swamiji said very clearly, that single layer quarantine is not sufficient, and literally we have experienced that. And I have seen my own colleagues who is an elderly person who was still sitting in the home, and that person's in-laws, basically their parents, they never go out. They were just sitting inside the home, but still they got COVID. And nobody knows how. Today morning, I'm not talking on like 4 or 5 days before. Today morning, I got a message from my colleague that his mother and father got affected. Usually, my colleague only will go outside. His mother and father will get the inside only. So now her oxygen levels are around 90, and now they're searching for a bed. So that kind of information is coming. Actually, it's actual data which is coming in. Actually. So I personally believe that single layer quarantine is not going to help. And right now, people are not noticing it because it's only affecting few of the elders and other people. But many experts are exactly predicting. Now they are coming and predicting, of which Devi has already told in the Devi Bhava Darshan, in the Parashakti Arulva, Swamiji has already told that the third wave is going to be huge. But now people are the few experts are already saying that the third wave is going to be really more dangerous than the second wave. And with that kind of a scale, even for normal people like a middle-aged or maybe around 30s people, they're so-called what we think as a healthy, I think they will also get affected. That's really, I can able to sense it actually.
Exactly. In that sense, most of the people are thinking, as you said, even the first layer quarantine was, Swami said that it will be very difficult, especially in India, where the houses are very small. 2-room, 3-room houses are there. It's very difficult for people to quarantine. And also, media has been lying. That's what Swami said, that the people are dying, media is lying. Literally, as per the New York Times says that even in the most likely cases, almost 539 million people are COVID infected. But what we are get to see in the Indian news media is that just 26.9 million. It's a very less in number. So people are actually do not know that the COVID impact has become very high in India. And because of that, they all go to the market and interact with a lot of people. There is a very high possibility of getting the impact of COVID. And that's why it was very necessary. I feel like the step that you took to coming to Adi Kailas, I feel like all the devotees and disciples should consider very strongly for coming to the Adi Kailasa. So also now you have come to the Adi Kailasa. It's a great, you have really taken a very good decision for your life. What you would like to share, after coming to Adi Kailas, you must have seen the level of quarantine or the level of precautions, preventions which is being taken. Kindly share with all the viewers so that they also make the decision, they feel inspired and make the decision to come back to Adi Kailas and save their life.
Definitely, Maharaj. So this is really a very good point. So when I came to Adi Kailas, the first and foremost thing I experienced is like some kind of a relaxation, because the way in which the atmosphere is here and the way in which uh, the way in which the multi-layer quarantine is maintained, whatever problems I had, like as I just before I was just mentioning, right, the way in which if I go from morning to 9 to 6, I need to run and get all the groceries. While running also, I am not sure who will have COVID and who will not have COVID. Even if I run and come back, I'll meet my parents. I'm not sure whether they will get impacted. My kids are there. So all these problems have become certainly zero the moment I enter into Adi Kailash. So that is the one thing very much everybody should get that at this moment, because that's a life savior, right? So that is the minimal thing. And before coming, I was having some kind of a what we call like what will be the best, some practicals, right? Because my wife is also pregnant now. Like we were thinking a little bit, what will be the practicals? Will I get all the necessary things, whatever is there? But when I come, the situation is totally different. My wife and my kid is absolutely relaxed, and I'm continuing to work from home. I'm also supporting my office meetings, and I'm doing much more relaxedly, much more efficiently, and then I'm also like even taking care of my wife and kid more frequently than I was in the home actually. So I feel like whoever is, especially I'm specifically telling for the people who are actually doing a work from home, especially when you're IT field or any other field, I don't see any reason to not to come to Adi Kailash unless and until at this situation, which is a much more emergency, where Bhagavan has already warned us, Devi has already told during the work, that I think the best decision anyone can take now is to come to Adi Kailash and be here little safe. Means more safe, basically, not little safe, like absolutely multi-layered safety is there. And secondly, when I'm sitting inside, it is like an entire beautiful atmosphere. I'm breathing a fresh air. That is the main thing. So the fresh air is there, and then you will be like absolutely protected from the outside world. Even if you want to get anything, any food or any other thing, you will not be meeting them directly. And here the volunteers are taking care so well that any small needs like a water or any other parcels that need to come from outside, it is all coming in, and then smoothly it is coming actually. So I feel that this is the best decision that anyone has to take at this moment, and not to worry about any of the whereabouts and what will happen if I go there. Like, will I get all those? Will my business get impacted? Will my any other relations get impacted? So all these questions it will become totally irrelevant once you come here, and you will always feel that this is the best decision that you have taken, and you will feel like complete relaxed, like as if you are going for a long on-site trip or something. And when you come back to home, how you will feel? Very nice. So that kind of relaxation I'm feeling right now.
Yeah. That's beautiful, yeah. And exactly how Swamiji has said, for this year, the only priority, or rather the only profit that we can have is just to simply be alive. That's the only profit we will need. No other thing is going to really help. Like, we can run after all the other profits, but it's not going to help us if we actually don't exist at the end of this year. So beautifully, you have experienced it, you have directly taken that up and then made your trip to Adi Kailasha. Just one more thing I wanted to ask you is, you've been following Swamiji for about 10 years now, and how do you see through these 10 years, many things that Swamiji has given instructions and many things that he has given us, many practices, techniques, and so on, which has maybe we didn't know it at the time, but now it all makes sense that he has been very clearly preparing us for what is happening right now. How did you experience that?
Yeah, a very nice point, Somi. Definitely. So actually, many aspects in our life, right? of course, Swamiji has been telling us from the beginning, small things like taking Haritaki and taking neem, especially when we were outside India. It was little tough during around 2014 and all. It was little tough to get, like that time Swamiji asked us to take Haritakis basically. And then later on, around 2017 and 2018, Swamiji has asked us to take castor oil, and we can clearly see he was actually preparing us for this kind of a quarantine lifestyle. Actually, so many problems that if especially on the health related problems or even the mental health related problems, I see in my work area, right, my colleagues and other people. So many times I see a small thing what Swamiji has told us that we followed has really done a very good job. Actually, for example, doing a 108 Surya Namaskar. So actually, I used to do like 108 Surya Namaskar every time, and during the quarantine time, that is becoming more asset actually, because what happens is usually when you're going for a gym, and usually the people who run for a marathon and all, they need around 5 to 10 kilometers. Now in this lockdown, nobody can go out. So now if you want to do a good yoga, and doing a 108 Surya Namaskar was really helped me during the quarantine, like during this lockdown period. And that is where I feel that whatever Swamiji has told us right from the beginning has really helped us to prepare this particular area, this particular situation basically. And even before and all, Swamiji used to tell many times, especially in 2018, he has clearly openly told us like just take care of yourself and just be alive for next 3 years, and he is going to reach to all of us. So all these things now the people are realizing actually. So that is what I am also seeing. I'm getting it from the person who doesn't even know Swamiji, and then he knows that I am already connected for last 10 years, and they are coming and saying, hey, look, Swamiji has told us in 2018, this is the thing. So that is the kind of realization that everybody is getting right now. But that is what is, then I used to talk to them and explain it to them that this is what Swamiji has prepared us from before. And then they also got impressed, and they are also like, now they are actually looking into Swamiji's teachings and following whatever his guidelines are. Yeah.
Beautiful, yeah. And I understand that you are here with your family. How is your family enjoying the ambience of the preventive and protective COVID care center in Adi Kailasam?
Yeah, actually, here it is like, I wouldn't say it as a quarantine, actually. It's a kind of, they are really enjoying like anything. Especially my kid is playing outside in a beautiful and lot of other like small leaves and everything they're playing, and they're following a beautiful ambience. And my wife is literally relaxed, is breathing a fresh air. Actually, I felt like I have kept them in a very safe place now. I'm like in the home, I used to always have that issue. Oh, I came, let's say I go and take some vegetables, and I also have a problem of whether it is sanitized or not, do sanitization. So all those, the problem is not there. And they are relaxing, and we are also started morning routine, spiritual routine in Adinam. And I'm really enjoying, and they are also enjoying morning pujas. And I feel this is the best relaxing moment. I wouldn't call this as a quarantine actually. So it is a kind of a best relaxing breathing space that we are in right now. And my kid is actually enjoying, like morning to evening, continuously playing. Because in the home, what happens is it's only 3 rooms we have. Like 3 rooms, apartment means 2 floors house we have. So maximum we go from the ground floor and to the terrace. That's all. So the kids actually, they had a lot of issues in if you put them in one place, right, they'll addicted to the mobile, and then they addicted to the laptop. But here it is almost zero. They just see the laptop only when there are some half an hour or some online classes are there. And then immediately they'll be running out of the laptop and then enjoying. And that is the level of relaxation that I'm currently having. I personally feel everybody should get this. People who are actually thinking or even planning to think or even planning to come. So everybody should get this place and get this into this situation, and please come to the Adi Kailas as Swamiji is instructed. Put yourself in the best possible, safest place and enjoy this beautiful ambience that Swamiji has created for us.
Absolutely, yeah. And thank you so much, those who are watching. And if you're still thinking about it, do not think any further. Just make it here. This is probably the only place. It is the only place for COVID preventive and protective care that is available in all of Bharatvarsha. So make it here as soon as possible, as Swamiji has, and Devi Parashakti manifesting herself to Supreme Pontifical Buddhism has many times again and again said, just come to Adi Kairasha and to save yourself, and it's the only thing that is needed at this point. So thank you so much, Aya. Thank you so much for taking the time and being here and sharing your insights and insights of your thoughts. And
thank you so much, Swami. Thank you so much for inviting me to share my experience, and it was very nice. Thank you, Nithyananda.
Thank you, Aya. Thank you for joining.
Now we'll move on to the next segment, where we now understand how we can relate with Devi Parashakti and what exactly the Bhava Samadhi Darshan is. And let's prepare ourselves to receive the Bhava Samadhi Darshan after this.
Infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
One or two times have Ganapati Darshan, Venkateshwara Bhava Samadhi Darshan, Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. By third time, fourth time, you will see every prayer you are asking those beings, Ganapati or Venkateshwara, Subramanya or Parashakti. Simply those prayers become reality, and the relationship between you and that cosmic beings built. I tell you, each Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a spiritual treat, enjoy. Spiritual feast, enjoy. Don't miss it. Never miss a Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Enjoy Paramashivoham, which is introducing and making you cognize the cosmic principles and cosmic beings. The state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, When I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness.
Nithyanam everyone. So welcome back to the session. So in this session, we are going to be learning about the various offerings that one can make onto the Parashakti. So all the various offerings that we are going to be seeing here, which is available for all of you to make the offering as per your capacity and as per your Shraddha Shakti. Here all the offering that is being mentioned is as per the Hindu scriptures, as per the Vedagnic scriptures, which will bring you the complete fruition, especially the enlightenment itself. So we'll understand first the significance of offering, and then the various parts involved in the offering, the context with which you need to make the offering, and then we'll enter into the various kind of offering which is there as per the Vedas and Agama, and the various benefits associated with all of that. So understand, offering is a giving of divine gift of pure love, devotion and oneness, and it consists of two parts. So whenever we are making the offering, whenever one, the Yajaman, is making the offering, it is a divine gift which is made out of the pure love, devotion and oneness. So that is the kind of a space out of which, the pure gratitude out of which you make the offering unto the Devi Parashakti, offering unto your Guru. Understand that it has two parts. All the offering that you are going to be making is two parts. One is the giving, where you are involved, your giving is involved, and the second part is the accepting, where the divine accepts what you offer. Understand, only when the divine accepts the offering becomes complete. Your oneness, your gratitude, understand your oneness, your gratitude, understand your offering has become complete. And also to take a note of that, that offering should not be made out of fear or out of any greed. So whenever you make the offering, make sure that you do not entertain or you do not do it out of any such pattern, anything like the fear or greed. You should never make the offering out of fear or greed, expecting something from the Devi, or because you are afraid, because you are driven by the fear. That should not become the context, that should not become the space of making the offering. Whenever you make the offering, bring the space of gratitude in you, bring the space of love, bring the space of devotion unto the ultimate, unto the Paramashivoham, unto Parashakti. Understand, when the avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela, purely a part of the grand Leela played out for the only purpose of enlightenment. Understand? It has no other purpose other than enlightenment. So one may be thinking any other purpose, anything else, but there is only one purpose which Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has. The incarnation lands on the planet Earth. There is only one purpose for that, and that is bestowing enlightenment onto the Yajman. So all the people who make the offering, the only purpose is to bring enlightenment, shower with the enlightenment on them. So please be aware of the very important caution. So the Dhyana Sloka of Devi says that the moon-like face, holding Veda on hand, fire in the eyes, with the lotus flower gracing and blessing hands, and one hand with the Japamala, beautifully decorated with a jeweled ornament in the wonderful clothes and shining, being a crown, her name is Manonmani. The next sloka of the Dhyana Sloka says that I meditate on Devi with the three eyes glowing like a moon and holding Veda, lotus, and gracing with the blessing and gracing hand. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by the Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all the actions every day. Understand, all the Dhyana Sloka, as the name suggests, they are meant for meditating on the divine. So Dhyana means meditation. So all these Dhyana are brought specifically to meditate on the Devi. So when you meditate on the Devi, you know what form she has, what kind of jewelry she is wearing, how her posture is, what she radiates, what she is holding in her hand, who worships them, how her glory is sang. So literally you meditate on Devi to become one with the Devi herself. When you start hold this visualization of Devi in your heart, you literally connect with the Devi, you entangle with Devi Parashakti and start experiencing oneness and the dimension of Devi Parashakti, dimension of that ultimate divine. So all the dhyana sloka will help you to bring the right context in you before you make the offering unto the divine, unto the Devi Parashakti. Now let us understand the significance of the element gold. Gold, which is mentioned in Atharva Veda, it is also mentioned. The significance of the gold can be found out in almost all the Hindu scriptures, which specifically talks about the Charya Padas, where the various rituals, ritualistic processes, consecrations, Homa, Abhishekam, all these things are mentioned. Everywhere the significance of the gold has been mentioned. Even in the jewelry, you will see all the dressings, jewelries, and the temple construction. Again, in the construction, you could see that the huge amount of the gold is used. So let us understand what Atharva Veda says about the gold. The Atharva Veda, 5th Mandala, 28th Sukta, 6th verse says, triply born by the birth is this gold. From the atoms of Agnihi is one. It's the fire. Agnihi means fire. It becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was heard. Soma means moon, Chandrama. One they call the seed of virtues and powerful Apaha, water. Let the triple gold be for your long life. So as the life is supported by the fire, by the Chandra, moon, and by the water, the gold carries the part of all these three. And the Atharva Veda says, let the triple gold be for your long life. So it bestows the long life onto the person who uses the gold in life. So now we'll see how the gold bestows the longer life to all of us. Understand? The gold is a very divine element. It comes from the divine. It has a divine importance because it brings us close to the divine. It purifies anything it touches. Means when you wear it as a jewelry, it purifies your body, your various space. It is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of the gold has the power to infuse the sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears, anyone who sees it or operates it in its vicinity. And this is the reason why golds are used as ornament for the deities. Gold is used in the temple towers, the temple garbhagriha, in the temple infrastructure. Almost the whole part of the temples used to be covered with the gold seed because it had a great spiritual power of healing and bestowing enlightenment energy. The very vibration of the gold means the very presence. Once the person goes into the close vicinity of the gold, you will start experiencing the divine healing energy and enlightening energy, which it gets charged by the use from the divine. Gold is present in all the scriptures, whether it is Agama, Veda, Shrutis, Smritis, or Itihasa, or Purana. Almost all the Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that the gold is most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In Hindu civilization, everything built in gold, exchanged in the gold, ritual fees were collected in the gold bricks. So that is how the Hindu civilization thrived. It was not a rare commodity, or it was not just a material of luxury which was accessible to only few of the people. Few of the people who are very rich, those kind of people. In Hindu civilization, gold was accessible to almost every single individual, and it was used in, just like how we are using the currency nowadays. All the fees in the rituals were offered into the gold bricks. Also, understand, when one was to be saved from the life-threatening illness, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amount of commodities. That means it was used also as the currency, as the good for exchange, including cows. Kingdoms were built with a huge door of gold. The street would have huge columns and huge archways made of the gold. Horses, cows were dressed in the gold. That is how the Hindu civilization lived when the country used to live on the principle, when the society, when the nation used to live on the principle of Sanatan Hindu Dharma. They flourished in such a way that they were fully living with the gold all around. It was not a rare commodity for them, or it was not just a metal which is accessible to only rich people. Almost every single individual in the Hindu civilization lived as the rich. That is the truth. Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of river of gold. Indus river was called Hiranyamaya, river of gold. And it is mentioned in the Rig Veda 10th Mandala, 75th Sukta and 8th verse. The river Saraswati was called Hiranyavarthini in Atharva Veda. Understand, gold is the supreme element for offering gift to one you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in the gold. Deities are made in the gold and decked and adorned in the gold. No doubt, for the Hindus, the most revered and most loved is the deity, the god who embodies as the Archa Avatara, the temples, the home, the house of gods. Understand? For this reason, and because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years, it lasts forever. So every single donations made in the gold, which is used for building the temple or for making the deity, understand that is going to be living for thousands and thousands of years, radiating the energy of enlightenment, enriching millions and millions of people who are going to be visiting that. So it is a great contribution, enriching act, which is going to be doing the enriching for years, thousands and thousands of years to come. So now let us enter into the various kind of offering which is available to all of us as per the Hindu scriptures. The first is E-Hundi. The scripture says, Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya, Bhayapaha, Shambhavi, Sharadaradhya, Sharvani, Sharmadayini. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through the true devotion. She removes all the fear. If there is any fear in the mind of devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in the autumn. And what it means by autumn? It means that autumn of our life when the thought turns more and more inward. The role of the divine is known and understood clearly. And this is the experience of many of us, that when our thought turns more and more inward, the experience and the understanding of the divine becomes more and more. And at the same time, the need for the Devi worship becomes very strong in all of us. We want to experience more and more of that space of Devi Parashakti. The scripture says the Shambhavi, which means the consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva, Sharada Aradhya, means the one who is Aradhya of Devi Saraswati, who is worshipped by Devi Saraswati herself. Sharvani means the wife of Lord Shiva. Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is called Sarva in his earth form. Then comes Sarmadhayini, Devi who bestows happiness on the devotees. You can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, and your name shall be chanted out during puja to Devi. So in E-Hundi, you can make any amount of donation as per your capacity. There is no limit into it. There is no predetermined donation amount in this one. It's up to you. You can make any amount of offering. You can make also the offering by YouTube comment section, which is the super chat options is enabled for all of you to make your offering, to pay your respect, pay your gratitude, devotion, love, oneness to Devi Parashakti. So you can click on the right side, there will be a dollar sign. You can click on the dollar sign and make that offering. If you are watching through mobile tablet, it will be on the right side of your chat. If you are watching through the laptop, it will be on the left side of the YouTube chat options. When you go to the live channel where you are watching this, just go to the comment section on the YouTube. You will see the option to make the offering onto Devi Parashakti. The next in the offering is Sankalpa chanting, which is just $1. The goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. The great that goddess being prayed without interest in anything gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. This is mentioned in the Devi Mahatmya, chapter 12, verse 34. Understand? Offering the Sankalpa, which is the conscious resolution, blesses the person offering with all the fruition of the desire and wishes he is yearning for. So it not just fulfill all your desires, but also it removes all kind of obstacles, dosa, that you are facing in your life. So literally everyone is going to be blessed by the Sankalpa chanting. So for the Sankalpa chanting, you can make the offering of $1 by visiting the link tiny.cc/Devi-offering, and then you will also be giving a link to submit your name for the Sankalpa so that your name can be chanted in the Sankalpa. The next in the offering is offering of Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. So on the right side you can see the picture that is called Kasu. So when the garland with this kind of is made with this kind of round pendant, when it is made, that is called Swarna Kasu. Scripture says Nama Parayana Prita, which is from the Lalita Sahasranama. So this is the Sahasranama where the various names of Devi, almost 1,000, actually the 1,000 names of Devi have been mentioned, and that scripture says that Devi Parashakti is the Nama Parayana Prita, means she who likes the repetition of her various names. So this is the offering of 1,008 names of Devi Parashakti. It is a very special and unique archana that is offered to Devi Parashakti, the form Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. So you can offer a gold coin inscribed with each of the 1,008 names and receive the blessing to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. You can make this offering in the denomination of $75, $151 and $251. So in these three denominations, this offering is available. You can choose to offer anyone. The next is Mukta Anguthi, which is finger ring toe with a ring with a pearl. The scripture says, I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garland of pearl and face shining like a full moon, who wears anklet and that are studded with a gemstone and has a small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by the goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. So you can make this offering. The three denominations, the different denominations which are available is $251, $501 and $751. So you can offer the pearl finger and receive the blessings to be showered by her compassion and pure love in your business endeavors. The next offering is a Swarna Padma Pushpa. You can make this offering by making a contribution of $600. And the Kamika Agama, the Charyapada, means that all the kalasas should be wound around with a suitable thread covered with the new cloth. They should be adorned with the lotus flower made of gold. So not just Kamika Agama, almost all the Agama, the Charyapada of Agama mention the significance of the golden lotus into the various rituals, into the various offerings that can be made unto various gods and goddesses. For almost all the gods and goddesses, these offerings are mentioned. Swarna Padma Pushpa, understand there are hundreds of scriptural references for using lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of ultimate, which involves the consecration of deities of worship, or meditating on, or the mudras and the asanas used during the worship, involves the lotus flower, lotus leaf, lotus pericarp, lotus petal. The lotus is a divine flower. Understand? The Shakti of Paramashiva is also called as lotus. Base of Paramashiva Linga is also lotus. The disciple of Bhagavan Paramashiva is also considered as the lotus, as all of them are going to bloom as the lotus. So you can offer the golden lotus in any size you wish and be blessed to have the state, space, powers and being of Devi in your inner space amidst any or every adverse situations of your life. The next is a Swarnamethi, gold touring. The scripture says, "You whose brightness from the toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance from the mind of your devotee who prostrate at your feet." You can make this offering by making contribution of $750. You can offer the touring to Devi, adorning her sacred feet to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings, even in the most difficult aspect of our life. The next is a Swarna Mantika. The Mantika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully open. The scripture says, "Sudha Sarabhi Varshini," she who makes the nectar flow in our nerves from the Sahasrara Chakra. That means she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. So you can offer the Mantika to Devi and receive the blessing of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion. The next offering is the Pratyaksha Puja. The scripture says, "Nakadidhiti sanchanna namajjana tamoguna padadvaya prabhajala prakrita saroruha." The illuminating splendor of Devi's stone nail dispels the darkness of ignorance in the devotee prostrating at her feet. Her feet defeats the lotus in the beauty. The 83rd sloka of Saundarya Lahari states that the nails which have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of the celestial being who always prostrate before Devi. Here, tamoguna is darkness. In the stotra, tamas is indicative of ignorance in the mind of devotees, and by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. So you can offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. It will bless the Yajman with all the auspiciousness and blessings of the beloved Guru, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Also, you can offer the Vastra Seva by making the contribution of $1,008. You can offer this and receive the blessing of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So now let us have a look on all the various offerings which is available. We'll have a summary of all the offerings available to all of us to offer our gratitude, to offer our love, oneness, pure devotion. So e-hundi, you can make any amount of donation. The next is a Sankalpa chanting. You can make this offering by paying $1. Then comes Devi Sahasranama Kasu. You can make, there are 3 denominations available, $75, $157 and $251. You can choose any one and make this offering unto Devi Parashakti. Next is Mukta Anguti, which is called finger ring, which costs $251, $501 and $750. Swarna Padma Pushpa, you can make this offering by contributing $600, $1,200 and $1,800. Swarna Methi, which is gold touring for the lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. You can make this offering unto Devi Parashakti by contributing $750. Swarna Mantika also available in the same amount. Pratyaksha Pada Puja and Vastra Seva, you can make both the offering by making a contribution of $1,008 for each of this and offer Pratyaksha Pada Puja to Devi Parashakti and Vastra Seva to Devi Parashakti. You can make all this offering by visiting the link tiny.cc/Devi-offer. In the registration form, there will be 2 options. The first option will be ready to offer today, or if you have the intention to offer specific sevas. You can log into tiny.cc/Bhavasamadhi. If you are ready to make the payment, please visit the link tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. Once you make the payment, visit the link tiny.cc/Sankalpa2021. So I hope all these offerings are very much clear to all of you. So you have the various options available in front of you. You can directly make the contribution through the YouTube super chat options. You can make any amount. E-hundi, you can use that option as the e-hundi for all of you. And then you can make the Sankalpa chanting. You can make the various other offering by visiting the link tiny.cc/Devi-offer. So we'll give you a few minutes to all of you to make this various offering, to make the offering of your gratitude towards Devi Parashakti, offering your love, devotion and oneness to Devi Parashakti. After that, again we'll connect back and move to the next segment.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
One or two times have Ganapati Darshan, Venkateshwara Bhava Samadhi Darshan, Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. By third time, fourth time you will see every prayer you are asking those beings, Ganapati or Venkateshwara or Subramanya or Parashakti. Simply those prayers become reality, and the relationship between you and that cosmic beings built. I tell you, each Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a spiritual treat, enjoy. Spiritual feast, enjoy. Don't miss it. Never miss a Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Enjoy Paramashivoham, which is introducing and making you cognize the cosmic principles and cosmic beings. The state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive science. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Priyapada.
Nithyanandam, thank you for joining us. After that beautiful session where you learned how to offer various gratitudes in that last segment, now we will know how to ask questions to Devi Parashakti during the live Parashakti Akashic reading. So, we have multiple platforms where people can ask their questions.
There is YouTube, there is Facebook, you can post your questions on Instagram, you can submit it through a Google form.
You can also submit it through the Twitter and website also. So, in this segment, you will know how to ask your questions to Devi Parashakti. So, we will start with the YouTube. On your screen you can see the pictures in which the whole idea how to ask question to Devi Parashakti on YouTube is given. First of all, we want to tell our viewers that the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel is logged during the live Parashakti Akashic reading only for the members. Why it is done so? Because so many questions and so many prayers keep pouring in that it becomes impossible to monitor all of that.
So when you register yourself as a member, it becomes very easy and actually possible, not just easy, it becomes possible to correlate your questions and the answers so that later after the reading, we are able to give you the translation.
And also, it makes sure that only the genuine people who actually want to ask question and are looking for seeking the answer, they put up their questions. So it is a way to filter it. So how to ask the question is, first go to Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. If you are watching it on any other channel, so you can go to Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel on YouTube, and then in the live video that is happening there right now, under the video you can see there is an option to join. Click on that and it will take you to various options, and you can select any of the membership options available there, and you can join in to become the member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel.
And in the step 2, once you have become the member, it is just a matter of putting your questions in the live comment box, in the live chat box.
And Devi herself sees all these comments and replies to them. So it is not dependent on any human interface, any human projecting it. Devi herself is going through all the comments on the YouTube channel and decides to reply whatever she wants to reply. Also, please do not forget to like, share and subscribe to Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, Kailasa's HDH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page, @Sri Nithyananda, Twitter handle Sri Nithyananda, Instagram account.
There's an additional benefit of becoming a member. You will get notifications whenever there is a live program. So this way you will never miss an Akashic reading and all the powerful revelations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
And it is a chance to become the exclusive member of the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. So this was about how you can ask your question on the YouTube channel. Now we will learn how to ask your question on the Kailasa's HDH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. So if you are active on Facebook and you are watching your question, watching this program on the Facebook, you can ask your questions under the live video on the Kailasa's HDH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. You can, if you are not yet at that page, please search for Kailasa's HDH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page, and then please follow and like the page. And then you can go to the live video happening right there. It is a pinned post, and then you can comment on the post your questions, your prayers and your offerings. You can give anything on the comment section.
You can even share stickers, but that's a different matter. But what we need to understand is, just like YouTube, once you are following this page, you will get notification for all the important videos and live videos especially. So you will be always connected to Swamiji and you will be on top with the latest happenings.
One more thing very important to note is, all these are like a storehouse of knowledge. Everything that Swamiji is giving out is stored there on the HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, on Kailasa's HDH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam page. Everything for past many years, more than a decade, everything that Swamiji has spoken and going to speak is there. So once you like that and follow it, you will get notifications every day of all the powerful cognitions that Swamiji is revealing to all these channels. So on the Facebook page, what you have to do is go to Kailasa's HDH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam page, like it, follow it, and then you can comment under the live video that is happening right now. Then we move on to the Twitter account. For Twitter, if you are very active on Twitter and you want your questions to be asked on the Twitter, you can go to Twitter and search for @Sri Nithyananda, the Twitter handle
@Sri Nithyananda. And once you have followed Swamiji's official profile, you can tweet to him. When you press on the button, which is the reply button, automatically @Sri Nithyananda becomes part of your tweet, and then you can additionally put the hashtag
Ask the Avatar. Please do not forget to add the hashtag Ask the Avatar, because all the questions will be searched by that hashtag.
And then you can ask your question to Swamiji and it will reach straight to our repository where it will be attended, and Devi herself will see this and answer it.
So on the Twitter, you have to search for @Sri Nithyananda, the Twitter handle of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and then on the tweet section, you can comment put your replies with the hashtag #AskTheAvatar. So this was about YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. Now we will move on to the Instagram account. So on Instagram, Swamiji's profile, the official profile, you can search as Sri Nithyananda. That is projected on your screens. So you can search for Sri Nithyananda on Instagram. And once you have reached to this profile, please like the profile, follow it. And then you can ask your questions under the comment section on the post on the Instagram. Also, last but not the least is the kailasa.org website. Kailasa is the home of everything that the Kailasa Nation is doing.
It's the Kailasa Nation's official page, which centrally connects all the social media and digital assets of Kailasa Nation.
So when you open this website, kailasa.org, please mind the spelling. It is KAILAASA.org. So please mind this spelling. Use the spelling as KAILAASA.org, and then you will, once this profile opens up, this website opens up, on the left hand side bottom you can see the WhatsApp option is there. You can ask your questions in the WhatsApp chat and it will be shown to Devi Parashakti. So on all these 5 platforms you can ask your questions to Devi Parashakti and they will be shown and seen by Devi Harsha. So please go ahead, take a few moments and like the YouTube channel, subscribe to it, and you can become a member of that channel, or you can ask your question in Facebook page, like and subscribe to the page, or you can follow Swamiji on the Twitter handle @Sri Nithyananda. Also you can follow Swamiji on the Instagram account. So all these 4 social media platforms and the website you can ask your questions. So with this we move on to the next part of our segment, and after this short.
Thank you for joining us. Nithyananda.
Elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities, and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
One or two times have Ganapati Darshan, Venkateshwara Bhava Samadhi Darshan, Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. By 3rd time, 4th time you will see every prayer you are asking those beings, Ganapati or Venkateshwara or Subramanya or Parashakti. Simply those prayers become reality, and the relationship between you and that cosmic beings built. I tell you, each Bhava Samadhi darshan is a spiritual treat. Enjoy. Spiritual feast. Enjoy. Don't miss it. Never miss a Bhava Samadhi darshan. Enjoy Paramashivoham, which is introducing and making you cognize the cosmic principles and cosmic beings. The state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign manifesting. The cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand?
Samadhi Darshan session, we are going to be preparing you by setting the context of the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, the right context that you need to have, the understanding on how the Bhava Samadhi works, how it entangles you, how it brings the Shakti Pada with the various dimensions of the Paramashiva, the divine itself. So we'll prepare this in this whole session, then we'll move to the next segment. So with me, I have Sri Nitya Mangalananda Maharaj, who is also joining. Welcome, Mangala Maharaj.
Yes, thank you so much, Nithyananda Maharaj. We have a Shastra Pramana here from the Malini Vijayottara Tantra, 60th verse. Kathanat Shakti Padatva Yadha Padavalokanat Parasadhat Swadguroho Samyak Parapyate Paramam Padam. By the enlightening teachings of the Guru, by the Shakti Pada, the graceful transmission of the spiritual powers from the Guru, by looking at the sacred feet of the Guru, by the complete loving favor of the Guru Prasada, the ultimate goal and space Paramapadam is attained.
So Bhava Samadhi Darshan is not an event in the space and time, rather darshan happens at the moment when we are lifted out of space and time. So whenever you are watching the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, understand you are lifted out of the space and time zone, and that is where the darshan happens. During Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neuron mirror that of the avatar.
Bhava is defined as directing and activating the emotional as well as the spiritual energy that is created through the meditation which happens on the avatar.
So now we'll try to understand what is the mirror neuron, the science of mirror neuron, how it works. We'll directly listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, where he enlightens us on the mirror neuron. Let us watch this.
I'm introducing one of the important secret spiritual principle to all of you. Please listen, the keyword, mirror neurons. Let me explain the concept and we will recognize many of our understandings with this truth. I said recognizing is recognizing. Mirror neurons. Very recently, I was studying a research paper where they beautifully established with various analysis researches on a very powerful truth. For example, if somebody is swimming in the ocean, you stand and watch. Whatever brain activity is happening in the person's brain, whatever is happening in his brain, in his neurons, please listen. Even if if you are watching, the same activities are mirrored in your brain. The same neural activities are mirrored in your brain. Listen. If you are watching totally, the same effect is mirrored totally in you. If you are observing it,
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda.
Truth. That recall neurons. Very recently, I was studying a research paper where they beautifully established with various analysis researchers on a very powerful truth. For example, if somebody is swimming in the ocean, you stand and watch. Whatever brain activity is happening in that person's brain, whatever activity is happening in his brain, in his neurons, please listen. Even if you are watching, the same activities are mirrored in your brain. The same neuron activities are mirrored in your brain. Listen. If you are watching totally, the same effect is mirrored totally in you. If you are absorbed in it, you also know little swimming. If you know little swimming and you are absorbed in it, you are not swimming, you are just standing. Both brains are in the same frequency, the same effect, and no difference. Listen. If somebody is swimming in the ocean, you are standing and watching. If you don't know swimming, if you are not completely absorbed in it, maybe some 80% is mirroring. If you are absorbed in it and you also know swimming, there is no difference at all between his brain and your brain. The mirroring effect, I tell you, if you are watching totally absorbed in it, then the same activity is replicated in your brain, meaning the same kind of electric and neurotic impulses are activated in your brain. This defines, this demystifies many mystical phenomena. Please listen. Now you know why just by gazing into my eyes, you are in the space of completion. Why just looking at me, you are in the space of completion. I am swimming in the ocean of consciousness in the space of completion. Even the so-called moments of my screaming, where I am smiling, telling a joke, or that is why even if you are absorbed in what I am doing, even if you are absorbed in the jokes I am telling you, even if you are absorbed in the actions, like very mundane, me serving food, or ordinary action, walking, sitting, talking, joking, even in the ordinary actions. See, you will not get 100% absorbed in me if I am just sitting in samadhi. But if I am doing normal activities like you will feel comfortable. Oh, like us. Naturally, you will get absorbed. Even that feeling absorbed will put you in the space of completion. This is the reason why the gold, diamond, silk are all put on the deity. Even if you absorb all that ornaments, even that puts you in the space of completion. Usually you do not have the 100% capacity to listen or be absorbed with the happening called life. But if you start doing both, your whole 100% will be on me. How many of you are getting it? Only listening 100% you will not be able to do. Only observing 100% you won't be able to do. But that is why here I am playing multiple games. It is literally like a big circus. By that time you understand the joke and start laughing, I already moved on to some other verbal jugglery or brain candy. Naturally, you are absorbed in total absorption. Actually, total absorption, totally being absorbed happens during energization. Whether you are there or not, it's my job. I just pull you to that space during the energization so you cannot escape. And you have to vibrate the same frequency as me. That's why people don't know ABCD of life. Just after the 21 energizations, when they go back, it is totally different. Their life is different. I'm introducing one.
Yes, beautifully. Swamiji explained the science of mirroring neurons to all of us and how we can benefit from the same science of mirroring neurons. The brain, neurons mirror, activate, and process all the observed movements or the information of the avatar just by seeing and without the physical act of imitation itself.
That is, our entire body, silently and without movement, recreates what is happening distances far away, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. So whatever gets radiated is being experienced in the avatar brain. The same thing starts happening in the devotee disciple who is watching the darshan of Bhagavan.
The science of Bhav Samadhi Darshan holds no distance. It is a phenomenon modern science has just discovered and terming as quantum astronomy.
Our thought per second reduces significantly and we relax into the space beyond thoughts, becoming mentally at ease in the coexisting dimensions beyond duality. Means we and the divine become one, unconditioned by the parameter of time and space, a science that Einstein could not believe, and today researchers are exploring it to be true.
It is like the probability of a quantum particle, like an electron with less kinetic energy, being able to cross over the potential energy of an energy barrier. An electron acts both as a wave and as a particle. Imagine a scenario. What happens when an electron with less kinetic energy is approaching a hill? Will the electron be able to cross over the potential energy of the peak of the hill? As a particle, the electron will require extreme amount of kinetic energy to cross over the potential energy of a hill. Otherwise, it will roll back. However, as a wave, the electron has the ability to pass through by propagating itself through the hill and reaching the other side.
That is the science behind quantum tunneling. The same science is imposed on the people who witness the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. This is because our neurons are able to mirror the neuron of divine immediately. Through quantum tunneling, we are able to travel through the divine energy and mirror the exact same neuron.
When Bhagavan Sri Krishna saw his own extraordinary sweetness reflected in a jeweled wall, he was amazed and he said to himself, "How unprecedented and astonishing is this deep and indescribable sweetness of mine. Alas, when I see it, even I become greedy to enjoy its sweetness, just like Radhika. When I see my own sweetness, I become eager to taste it, but I can't. After due consideration, I find that the only way to relish the sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika."
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of Nijavatar manifesting Paramashiva. The consciousness expresses the being of Paramashiva through the Divya Sarira and manifests as a Nijavatar physical form for all of us to experience the Paramashiva.
Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Devi Rajajeshwari and manifest as Nijavatara, the physical form of Devi Meenakshi.
Bhagavan Paramashiva expresses through the being of Subramanya and manifest as Nijavatara physical form Bhagavan Muruga.
Bhagavan Paramashiva expresses through the being of Arunagiri Yogeshwara and manifests as Nijavatara, the physical form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Bhagavan Paramdhama expresses being of Mahavishnu and manifest as Nijavatara, the physical form Bhagavan Venkateshwara.
Archavatara, the deities, reflecting the consciousness and manifestation of the superconscious energy, but the human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher energy, higher levels directly from the Archavatara. That is why the avatar has come down to bridge the gap and create the experience of the superconscious energy inside all of us.
When we have the Bhavasamadhi darshan of Nijavatar manifesting beings of various dimensions of Paramashiva, the auspicious component and the powerfulness of those dimensions of Paramashiva are awakened in us.
Mention of Paramashiva manifesting in the Nijavatara for us to experience the same is what is the Bhavasamadhi darshan.
The Bhavasamadhi darshan is the direct experience of causeless bliss. During Bhavasamadhi darshan, our being comes alive and celebrates with the energy wave of existence.
Our very muscles learn to imbibe and radiate Paramashiva. The Bhavasamadhi darshan is like a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand it.
Even without much effort from our side, our very bio-memory awakens to the space of Paramashiva, ultimate consciousness, during the Bhavasamadhi darshan.
Have a glimpse of having the darshan of an avatar cleansing the lifetime of karmas and creating a deep, lasting transformation inside of us.
The gratitude enables the reflection of the consciousness on all the levels, whether it is physical, physiological, or ultimately the conscious level. Darshan meditation as a preparation help us to fall into the space of gratitude, and it is during that time we drop our Satya Sankalpa, the conscious resolution of anything we want to manifest in our life. Be ready to reflect the consciousness of Shiva, and that is all you need to manifest all the best thing in your life and in the life of people around you.
To understand the right context to receive the Bhavasamadhi darshan, the first powerful cognition which we should carry inside of us as we receive Bhavasamadhi darshan is the context of we being the source of everything. We are the source of everything, and we are in the embodied form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, as well as inside our own body. We are the source for both bodies. Let you connect yourself with Him. Let you reveal yourself to Him. Let you be in the Bhava Samadhi of you. Now, please take a few moments to set up for the Pancha Upachara Puja. The Pancha Upachara Puja is an integral part of the Bhava Samadhi darshan, and it is through offering the Pancha Upachara Puja our being becomes receptive and opens up to receive Devi Parashakti directly. Most of these items of the Pancha Upachara Puja will be available in your Guru Puja kit itself. The item of the sandalwood paste, flowers, incense sticks, lamp, and the food offering. We will now be giving a few moments for everyone to go ahead and set up the Pancha Upachara Puja, because it is only when you offer the Pancha Upachara Puja to Devi Parashakti, you allow your being to relax, to open up itself, to become receptive to receive Devi, and to allow the full experience, the full manifestation of her presence to land in you. So please take a few moments and set up for the Pancha Upachara Puja.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
Now, this time, we're going to be entering into the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra. It is through chanting the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra, we, as the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, are going to be chanting this this mantra for the entire world to reduce the negativity, to reduce all the violence, Nityananda Swarupasya Suddha Satchidananda Vigrahasya Rupa Rupaatitasya Sakala Nishkala Swarupasya Nitya Niranjana Niramaya Nirvikara Akandadi Visheshanasya Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivasya Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatara Bhutasya Sarvadeva Devi Swarupasya Bhagavataha Sri Nithyananda Paramashivasya cha Prithyatham Shubhe Shobhane Muhurthe Adya Brahmanaha Tritiya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavimchatitame Nitya Yoge Prathame Pade Jambudvipe Bharatavarshe Bharatakhande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabde Asminne Vartamane Yavaharike Prabhavadinam Chastyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye Shubhanama Samvatsare Shubhayane Shubharto Shubhamase Shubhapakshe Shubhatito Shubhavasarayukta Nakshatra Shubhayoga Shubhakarana Evam Guna Visheshana Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhatito. During this auspicious time, during the second half Lord Brahma, during the Kalpa called Shvetavaraha, during the regime of Vaivasvata Mano, during the first quarter of the Yuga called Nitya Yuga, in the island called Jambu, in the continent called Bharatavarsha, in the Indian subcontinent called Bharatakhanda, in the southern side of Mount Meru, in the Shaka era, during the auspicious year, which is one of the set of 60 years, which is in practice of which Prabhava is the first year, in the auspicious Uttarayana, in the auspicious season, in the auspicious month, in the auspicious Paksha, on the auspicious Vargana, Dayadi Vargana, Mitra Vargana, Shodara Vargana, Samesham. For all those who are participants, hosts, and me, with their families, relatives, inheritors, friends, brothers, and everyone. Sarvabhishta siddhyartham, sarvamangala avaptyartham, uttarottara anavachinna sthira lakshmi praptyartham. Always let there be all types of good and auspiciousness. Always let there be unbroken flow and steady flow of abundance, prosperity, and wealth. Kutumbe sarvesham sarvabhishta siddhyartham chintita manoratha avaptyartham. Let the family always be all kinds of auspiciousness and anything which is desired to be fulfilled. Samesham adhivyadhi niviryartham samesham shiradipada paryantam vidyamananam sameshu angheshu janita janishyamana sakalavidha nanavidha roganam yapohartham tadvare aroga drigadattrata vapu siddhyartham. Let all the chronic diseases be healed. Let all kinds of diseases and disorders in the body, starting from the head till toe, which has occurred or which is yet to occur in the various parts of the body, be healed. Let a strong, diseaseless, healthy, handsome, and graceful body be obtained. Samesham paraihi kartrabhishcha krita karisyamanasya sakalavidha mantra tantra yantra vishachurna abhichara stambhana marana ucchatana vidveshvana शीकरणाधि मंत्रिका प्रयोगेभ्यः राक्षस प्राप्त्यर्थं तद्वारा समेषां सर्वाभीष्ट सिद्ध्यर्थं. Let protection be obtained from all the evil effects of the actions performed by people either in the past or yet to be performed in the future, through the use of mantras, tantras, yantras, poisonous pills, employing spells for malevolent purposes like making a person immobile, killing a person through vomiting, diarrhea, ruining the health, poisoning, hypnotizing, etc. अपमृत्यु दोष निवर्यर्थम काल मृत्यो अकाल मृत्यो धुर्मृत्यो निवर्यर्थम. That all the doshas, ill effects related to death, like destined death, unnatural death, fatal death, be removed. Samesham antardrishti bahirdrishti krura drishti vyapara drishti anukula drishti pratikula drishti ityadi sakala vidha drishta dosha par drishta dosha nivaryartham. That all the effects of the evil eyes from known and unknown sources, the effects of cruelty filled eyes, evil eyes of business enemies, the effects of evil eyes of people who may project as if they are our well-wishers, and the effects of the evil eyes of the people who are against our well-being be removed. Mesham antashatru bahirshatru kurashatru vyapara shatru anukula shatru pratikula shatru ityadi sakala vidha shatru badhani viryartham. That all the effects of the inner enemies, outer enemies, fierce enemies, business enemies, enemies who project themselves as good, and enemies who work against our well-being be removed. Samesham matra shapa sakalavida shapanam vyapohanartham. Let the effects of all the curses right from the mother be removed. Anadi avidyavanaya pravarthamane asmin mahati samsara chakre vichitrabhihi karmagatibihi vichitrasu yonisu punah punaha anekadha janitva. From time immemorial, due to ignorance, we get caught in the vast cycle of birth and death, and due to the effects of our actions, we take birth again and again in various bodies, which is quite strange. Napi punyakarma visheshana bhagavataha Sri Nithyananda Paramashivasya apiri mithaya kripaya idanim tana manushya janma praptavatam. Yet, due to some good action, with the extreme and immeasurable compassion and grace of Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, we have been blessed with a human body. Samesham ihajanmani purvajanmani janma janmatareshu sarvaihi kritanam shivaninda devi ninda guru ninda dosha vyapohartham shiva parada devya parada guru aparada dosha vyapohartham.
Any kind of abuse we may have done to Paramashiva, Parashakti, and Guru in the present birth, past birth, or in any of the births, we remove any kind of crimes, offenses committed against Paramashiva, Parashakti, and Guru, we remove
Brahma Hatya Surapana Swarnasteshya Gurutalpagamana Tatsamsarakhya Panchamahapate Akhadi Samasta Papa Vyatirikritartham.
Let the 5 great sins like killing a Brahmin, drinking prohibited alcohol, stealing gold, having illicit relationship with Guru's wife, one's own mother, elder sister, and other such motherly figures, and associating with those people who have committed one or the other above mentioned sins be removed.
Picha sarvaihi balye vayasi kaumare yauvane vardhakye cha.
Let all the karmic effects of action done as a child, adolescent, youth, and as an old age person
Jagrat swapna shushupti avasthasu.
let all the karmic effects of action done in the wakeful, dream, or deep sleep state
Karmendriya jnanendriya vyaparaihi sambhavitanam rahasya kritanam prakashakritanam.
let all the sins done through karmendriyas, the 5 organs which perform actions like speech, hands, feet, excreting, and reproductive organs, and jnanendriyas, the 5 organs which receive information like ears, eyes, nose, tongue, and skin.
Atipatakanam upapatakanam samkalikarananam malinikarananam apatrikarananam jatibhramshakanam prakirtnitanam evam navanam navavidhanam bahunam bahuvidhanam sarvesham papanam sadhyaha.
Let the sins which were done openly or secretly, the greatest of the great sins, minor of the minor sins, multiple sins, sin like raping a woman, unjustifiable sin, sin of destroying the caste system, narrow-minded sins, such 9 types of sins, and more sins and more types of sins be removed immediately and instantly.
अपनोदन्द्वारा समस्त मङ्गलप्राप्त्यर्थं शिवभक्ति देवी भक्ति गुरुभक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिवत्व परमशिवस्थितिः परमशिवशक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं
through the removal of sins, let us be showered with all the auspiciousness, and let Paramashiva Bhakti, Devi Bhakti, and Guru Bhakti be obtained. Let the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, and powers of Paramashiva be obtained.
कुटुम्बे सर्वदा सन्मङ्गलप्राप्त्यर्थम् अन्योन्यप्रेमाभिवृद्ध्यर्थम् पूर्णत्वसिद्ध्यर्थम् सर्वापनिवृद्ध्यर्थम्
Let the whole family always be showered with all the auspiciousness. Let mutual love bloom among all the people. Let completion happen. Let all the mishap be removed.
आरोग्यवाप्त्यर्थम् आयुराभिवृद्ध्यर्थम्
Let healthy body be obtained instantly and immediately. Let longevity be bestowed.
व्यापारे उद्योगे च सर्वजनवशीकरणार्थं तद्वारा उन्नतोन्नतस्यनाप्त्यर्थम्
Let your charisma impress everyone in business and job, and through that let you attain the best of the best position.
बहुधान सौख्य प्राप्त्यर्थं गृह कनक पाशो पुत्र पौत्र धन धान्य सौख्य प्राप्त्यर्थं
Let extremely wealthy and happy life happen. Let various wealths be showered in the form of house, gold, cattle, children, grandchildren, money, grains, and all the comforts related to worldly life.
आदित्यादीनां नवानां ग्रहाणां दोषपीडन निवारणार्थम् आदित्यादीनां नवानां ग्रहाणां अनुकूल्यथासिद्ध्यर्थम्
Let all the malefic effects of the 9 planets be removed, and let all the auspiciousness be bestowed by the grace of all the 9 planets.
भूम्यन्तरिक्षे विद्यमान भूत प्रेत पिशाच राक्षस ब्रह्म राक्षस बेताल कूष्मांड डाकिनी शाकिनी इत्यादि सर्वरिष्ठनिवारणार्थम्
Let all the evil effects that cause calamities on the planet Earth, the evil effects from various demonic beings like Bhuta, Preta, the dead people, Pisacha, demons, Rakshasa, Brahma Rakshasa, Betala, the ghosts, Kushmanda, a class of demons, Dakini, the little devil, Shakini, a kind of a female demon, be removed.
No vyakulata nivaranartham.
Let the mental confusion and worry be removed.
Prarabdhe karmani karishyamane कर्मणि आदिदैविक आदिभौतिक आध्यात्मिक विघ्ननिवारणार्थम्.
Let all the obstacles be removed with regard to actions done or going to be done relating to God, world, and spirituality.
समस्तनिवारणार्थम् धनलक्ष्मी धान्यलक्ष्मी सन्तानलक्ष्मी सौभाग्यलक्ष्मी विद्यालक्ष्मी शौर्यलक्ष्मी वीरलक्ष्मी विजयलक्ष्मी इत्यादि अष्टलक्ष्मी परिपूर्णकृपाकटाक्षसिद्ध्यर्थम्.
Let all the loans be removed. Let all the Ashtalakshmis like Dhanalakshmi of wealth, Dhanya Lakshmi of food and grains, Santana Lakshmi of offsprings, Saubhagya Lakshmi of fortune, Vidya Lakshmi of knowledge, Shaurya Lakshmi of bravery, Veera Lakshmi of heroism, of Vijay Lakshmi of success be showered.
परिख्यासो उन्नतस्थाने विजयप्राप्त्यर्थं सर्वविद्यापारणगतासिद्ध्यर्थं मेधाशक्ति ग्रहणशक्ति अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम्.
Let the top rank be obtained in the examinations. Let all the excellence be acquired in all the fields of knowledge. Let the memory power, understanding ability be increased.
इत्यादि सकलविध सन्मंगलानि गुरु कृपा कटाक्षेन प्राप्त्यर्थम्.
By the grace of the Guru, let all the above auspiciousness be showered upon.
Sri Kailasonatadvadashanta Shyamala Pitaruda.
The one who ascended the Madurai Adinam Shyamala Pitam, the Pitam established by Devi Meenakshi, the incarnation of Shyamala Devi, which is the supreme place of Kailasha, where Paramashiva resides and rules the whole cosmos and Kailasa.
Sri Meenakshi Sundareshwara Bhinna Swarupa Parashiva Putra Ratna Kumara.
The one who is no different from Meenakshi Sundareshwara, the most beloved son of Paramashiva, the young boy.
Gurumanyatulyavatara Sri Parvati Sthanyapanalabdha Divyajnana Vishruta Sakala Nigama Gama Swarupa Sarvabhuta Dravida Veda Pravartre.
The gem among gurus and unequaled avatar, the one who received enlightenment by drinking the breast milk of Devi Parvati, the author of the famous Dravida Vedam, which is the essence of all the Vedas and Agamas.
Srimat Paramashiva Karuna Samadhikata Muktamaya Chaturashrayana Ghiyamana Chatrachamara Sri Chinhakahaladhi Samasta Bhiradavalyalankrita Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti.
The one adorned by the quadrangular palanquin made of pearl, received by the grace of Paramashiva, adorned by musical instruments, umbrellas, chamaram, the sacred symbols of worship, etc., adorned by hymns of praises, the one who has won the whole world by his enlightenment and the signs of enlightenment, and has been accepted by all kings as the supreme ruler.
Sarvajana Sangha Satyo Nirvana Diksha Vyayapavarga Varsha Vishrana Jimuta Paramata Kalaba Kesari.
The showerer of Videka Mukti and immutable state of enlightenment, immediately by Nirvana Diksha to all people, the one who creates bliss, protecting leader, the roaring lion and trumpeting young elephant for other religions.
Shaiva Siddhanta Stapanacharya Sri Rajadhirajya Pandya Maharaja Guru Kshapana Shakyadi Mahandhakara Nivarana Jnana Bhano Dikshana Nirhar Hadvajochedana Purvaka Srimad Rishabhadvajastapaka.
The Acharya who established Saiva Siddhanta, the Rajaguru of the Pandya, who is the supreme king of all kings, the Guru who is also the Pandya king, the supreme king of all kings, the enlightening sun who removes the utter darkness of delusion, the sun, the one who installed the Vrishabha flag, the creator, the giver of Shaivism.
Sarvajna Pita Rudha Sri Jagat Guru Sri Jnana Sambandha Desika Swami Vagisha Sundara Manikya Vachaka Swami Nam Avatara Bhuta Sri Jnana Sambandha Swami Punardhrita Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Pita Trinavadyuttara Dvishatatama Guru Mahasannidhana.
The one who is the ruler of the Sarvajna Pita, the seat of omniscience, O the avatar of such above mentioned attributes, the Guru of the whole world, Sri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami, Appar, Sundarar, and Manikavachaka Swami, O the ruler of the kingdom of enlightenment, the Shamala Pita Mahasamsthana, which was revived by Jnana Sambandha Swami, O the one who has ascended the seat of omniscience, the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhana.
Arunagiri Yogeshwara Paramparagata Arunachala Sarvajna Pita Guru Mahasannidhana.
The one who has ascended the seat of Arunachala Sarvajna Pita in the lineage of Arunagiri Yogeshwara.
Kailasa Paramparagata Kanchi Kailasa Sarvajna Pita Trayastrimshaduttara Dvishatatama Guru Mahasannidhana.
The one who has ascended the seat of Kanchi Kailasa Sarvajna Pita as the 233rd pontiff, the Guru Mahasannidhanam, the lineage of Kailasa.
Nityotsava Nitya Mangala Nitya Kalyana Nitya Rajita Kailasa Paramparagata Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Pita Mahasamsthana Mahasimhasana Pita Kartre.
The creator of the Nithyananda Pita Mahasamsthana Mahasimhasana Pita, which is eternally celebrating, auspicious, festive, and having the attracting energy of enriching.
Sakshat Shri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Kailasa Paramparagata वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र सूरसेन इत्याद्यणवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंदित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर
1008 Sri Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Pita established by Bhagavan Paramashiva himself and revived by sage Kapila.
साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर
The 1008 Sri Atal Pidadishwara of Atal Pida, which has an unbroken lineage of pontiffs starting from Bhagavan Mahaganapati, who is the leader of the Ganas, who was coronated by Bhagavan Paramashiva himself.
धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान.
The 23rd Guru Mahasannidhana of Dharma Mukti Swargapura Swarna Pita.
कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगत गुरु.
The Jagat Guru of Adipita Sarvajna Pita.
श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद्जगद्गुरु श्रीलश्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम.
Who is in the state of Paramahamsa, the Acharya of all sannyasis and parivratakas, the embodiment of the pure truth, consciousness and bliss, the embodiment of the sacred syllable, Om, the knower of the Vedas, the one established in the super consciousness.
तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवेद्यर्थं. धर्मार्थ काममोक्ष चतुर्विधा फलपुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त धुरितोपसन्त्यार्थं समस्त मंगल अवाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं च श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवस्य श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपस्य भगवतः श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवस्य च ध्यान षोडशोपचार सर्वोपचार अर्चनाराधना पूजा प्रार्थनां करिष्ये. ओम आनन्दगन्धनिलयाय नमः. ओम भवरोगभेषजाय नमः. Om Kalpatarave Namaha. Om Pashupataye Namaha. Om Pashavimochakaya Namaha. Om Ipsitabaladayakaya Namaha. Om Bhagyavritti Parivarthakaya Namaha. Om Adhivyadhivinashakaya Namaha. Om Samasta Kalyana Gunanvitaya Namaha. Om Vedadipurishaya Namaha. Om Sri Kailasapataye Namaha. Om Shivashaktyakya Namaha. Om Hri Nithyanandaya Namaha. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. Om Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatar Bhuta Shri Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavataha Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Sri Jnana Sambandha Desika Paramacharya Swamine Namaha. Om Nithyanandam. Continue to be in the same space of gratitude and deep divine healing energy as we get ready and enter into the next segment of this program after a small break.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities, and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
One or two times have Ganapati Darshan, Venkateshwara Bhava Samadhi Darshan, Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. By third time, fourth time, you will see every prayer you are asking those beings, Ganapati or Venkateshwara or Subramanya or Parashakti. Simply those prayers become reality, and the relationship between you and that cosmic beings built. I tell you, each Bhava Samadhi darshan is a spiritual treat. Enjoy. Spiritual feast. Enjoy. Don't miss it. Never miss a Bhava Samadhi darshan. Enjoy Paramashivoham, which is introducing and making you cognize the cosmic principles and cosmic beings. The state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities, in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities, and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask. Bless you. See, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
One or two times have Ganapati Darshan, Venkateshwara Bhava Samadhi Darshan, Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. By third time, fourth time you will see every prayer you are asking those beings, Ganapati or Venkateshwara or Subramanya.
அஞ்சலென்றடையா அபயம் தரும் லிங்கம் ஆனந்த நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் பிணி நீக்கும் உயிர் காக்கும் ஞான ஒளியாக பூத்த நித்யானந்தன் தந்த உயர்லிங்கம் ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் பதிதனிலே மலைவல வழிதனிலே அருமையாய் அமர்ந்த நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம். அருணையும் பதிதனிலே மலைவல வழிதனிலே அருமையாய் அமர்ந்த நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம். கருதிடும் அடியவரின் மலையெனும் துயர்களையே கடுகன உடைக்கும் நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம். கருதிடும் அடியவரின் மலையெனும் துயர்களையே கடுகன உடைக்கும் நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம். கவலைகள் விடிவுறவே அவலங்கள் பொடிப்படவே கருணையின் அருளழகாய் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். கவலைகள் விடிவுறவே அவலங்கள் பொடிப்படவே கருணையின் அருளழகாய் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். சுயமதை உணர்த்திடவே சுகமதில் நிலை பெறவே தவநிலை குயத்தும் நித்யனானந்தலிங்கம்.
Welcome everyone back to today's program of the Parashakti Bhav Samadhi Darshan. In this next segment, we're going to be watching a small video where Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, expands on the science of Akashic reading. Exactly what are the Akashic records and how can we benefit from having the Akashic readings being read out to us? Please stay tuned as intensely listen to this video of Swamiji expanding on the science of Akashic reading.
सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject, Akashic records, key to your future. Understand the few sacred secrets. Even these sacred secrets are from Akashic records. First, nothing can be destroyed. Please understand, none of your actions, thoughts, plans, emotions, words, nothing can be destroyed. Everything is addition to existence. Every moment, every one of our thoughts, words, actions, everything just go on, gets added to existence. 10,000 years ago, what rishis were doing on the banks of Saraswati is still available in the cosmic archives as if it is happening now. Please understand, 60,000 years before, what human beings are doing in the Ganges civilization is available as if it is happening now with the 4D clarity, not just 3D, 4D clarity. Nothing can be destroyed in the world. Everything is stored. Akashic records are the cosmic archives of everything happened, happening, will happen. And one more important sacred secret you need to understand, time is not 3 as you think, past, present, future. It is a small mind which cannot see things as it is, which constantly needs to segregate. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.